adjourned, aren't we? So
Kia ora, everyone. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Okay, now our meeting was adjourned yesterday, so we don't need to reopen the meeting, but please take a note of the emergency procedures on the screen and just making sure your phone is on silent. Apologies, so as we have already moved, Councillor Edwards is an early departure for the Regional Transport Committee today. Do we have any other? Councillor Briggs?
Apologies, I'll need to step out for about half an hour at mid-morning.
Okay, yep. If you just make sure you make yourself aware to Vanessa or whoever's the team here when you do that. Yep. Councillor Tupou?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you recall, I sought bereavement leave for 4 p.m.
Yep.
Thanks.
No problem. So I'll move those apologies for early departure and mid-morning for half an hour. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lewis? Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Those against no. Declare that carried. Okay. Any questions from anyone before we get underway with our public submitters? Councillor Brown?
When we wrap up at the end and ask the questions, is that the point where we will ask for yesterday, I didn't get to ask questions at the end, but yesterday there was a bit of discussion that wasn't quite right, but we will talk about that at the end of today.
What do you mean, sorry?
Some examples of, I kind of haven't got my notes out, but where they were giving stats, and I think maybe the Wharf is one of them, where we have said a couple of things, but not much.
Yeah, I think
is that the end of the day discussion?
Yeah. So if there's anything
about costs and
so any questions you have for officials that have come up from the submissions, we'll take the opportunity at the lunch break for anything this morning. But if there's anything from yourself, Councillor Brown, from yesterday, just take the opportunity at the lunch break to do that if you want to jot that down. Yep. Okay. Great. Okay. First up, we have Finn Caldwell. Is Finn here? No. Is he just literally coming in? Stephen Greenside? Is Stephen here? No.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, we'll just get underway with yourself, Stephen, if that's okay. And then, you have a total of 5 minutes. And for everyone, this is on page 291 of your agenda. And that 5 minutes includes any time for questions. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you very much. So I'm representing the Lowry Bay Residents Association. And we had 2 submissions in context of the Te Pūhoru Nuku shared pathway. The first item was the beach nourishment. Our discussions with the project team identified that there is not a current long-term plan or budget to maintain the nourishment of the beach once the seawall is put in place. So it's quite a concern on what might happen with that. And the second one is context of the beach access. The project identified that they were going to be replacing the steps down to the beaches like for like. However, Lowry Bay is unique in that we've got quite a significant wooden step structure next to the current bus stop. That is not being replaced, albeit even with a concrete set of steps there. Rather, it's going to be a concrete slope, which will, we believe will get slippery and dangerous. So the main step access down into the beach is not going to be replaced at this stage. So they're the 2 key concerns that we have in terms of the pathway. Just want to add 2 additional ones, that have come to light this week. One is, and it's to do with the pathway. The first one is the boat shed on Marine Drive in Lowry Bay. It's understood that that is owned by the council. There was talk about it possibly being relocated. We understand now that it is not going to be relocated. It has previously been knocked off its piles before in big storms. and we understand that there is no plans at this stage to maintain the upkeep of that boat shed by the council.
Thank you, Stephen. Is there any questions from members? Councillor Shaw.
Thanks for your submission, Stephen. Just a question on beach nourishment. Has this been done at all? And how many times would you expect that to be done to maintain the beach?
Thank you. No, it hasn't. Larry Bay is quite unique in that the beach right now goes right up to the road. When we spoke to the project, what they're planning on doing, we understand at the south end of the beach is essentially to dig it out, to put in the two heights of the new retaining wall, and then to backfill that, but also to take the beach further out into the water. They sort of said it's similar to Oriental Bay. So that's the change in context. They expect it to stay in place, but they don't know what may happen, and they've got no long-term plans to maintain that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Parkin.
Kia ora, Stephen. What functionality does the boat shed currently have? I'm presuming by your type of question you're wanting us to maintain it, but yeah.
Yes, so the condition, I understand it, is it's got a sort of minimal dollar value lease to residents who live opposite the boat shed. It was associated with that house back in the original days, but I understand it is owned by the council. There was talk about whether it's an historic building, what sort of status it actually has, but it's obviously taking the full brunt of any weather that comes on there. So it's really a question of who would own and sort of maintain the maintenance of that.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. Just in terms of the, renourishment of the beach, I assume there's a consent condition requiring renourishment of the beach for a period at least. Are you aware of any conditions requiring the nourishment of that beach?
No, we're not aware of any conditions. When we did speak to the project, when we did a walk around, I believe someone from council was there as well and indicated that any budget on the nourishment is currently not in any long-term budget plans.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Sorry if I've just got a couple of 1 minute, just one more thing that residents asked me to raise is Upper Cheviot Road has no footpath. It's obviously been a long-standing thing. Residents are concerned that it's getting quite dangerous. It's very common every day for people to be literally walking up the middle of the road. There have been some pets hit lately. So residents are feeling that that is quite a dangerous road nowadays and asked me to at least raise that one so council is aware. Obvious request is could a consideration for a footpath be put in there.
Thank you, Stephen. We'll take that away and ask our officials to come back on that particular request.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Next up, we have Finn Cordwell and with the Living Wage team. Oh, Muriel, welcome. Okay. Welcome to all of you. Great to have you. We have a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. So over to you. Thanks.
Kia ora, and thank you. First of all, I'll just get the team here just to make a brief introduction so you get a sense of that the Hutt Valley Living Wage Movement is made up of a collective of community organisation, faith group members and unions that represent workers in our valley, and that we're also ratepayers and residents of the Hutt.
Kia ora, everyone. My name's Drew Mayhem. I'm here as a representative of unions, and I'm also a ratepayer here based in Point Howard, funnily enough, close to where the previous submitter was just discussing. We're here to be part of the Living Wage Network for the Hutt Valley. We've got all manner of low-paid workers in particular who we really want to see represented and maintained in our living wage city. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dina Awarau tōku ingoa. So I'm here from Hutt Union Health. we're a living wage employer, and we believe that everybody should be paid a living wage to be able to live and pay comfortably in our city. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is John Ryle. I'm a Petone resident on the board of the Hutch Union Health Service, and I'm a life member of E2 Union.
Kia ora, I'm Muriel Tuniho. I'm the convener for the Hutt Valley Living Wage Movement. So thank you for your time. You'll see in our submission was only very brief. But just to step back and remind everybody, because actually all of the councils around this table are very familiar with the living wage and the movement. So just to acknowledge that the living wage is an income necessary for workers and their families to live and thrive and live in dignity in their communities too. So first of all, we wanted to congratulate Joe Miller on being reappointed as the CEO for the council. We also wanted to kind of step back and acknowledge the journey that this proud council has made along the way, which also includes achieving the living wage for directly employed workers, extending the living wage through procurement to workers employed by Hutt City Council contractors. Congratulations, you've all achieved the living wage accreditation. And we've enjoyed working closely with the council, as the council's also established an annual event to support Lower Hutt accredited living wage employers. And just as a memo, from the 1st of September, the new living wage rate goes up to $27.80. I do want to acknowledge that in the long-term plans, there's a huge focus in your plan around infrastructure. And we understand that because pipes and infrastructure is really, really important. I guess we're here to take the opportunity to say people are important as well, and encourage the council to continue their commitment to the living wage. So I guess our asking, this is set out in our submission as well, so we're asking that the council maintains the living wage as a minimum rate for all directly employed staff and for workers employed by your contractors as these contracts come up for renewal. That the council maintains its accredited living wage employer status and extends this to council-controlled organisations such as Urban Plus as well. This council has been a leader, and we're really proud that all councils across the region have become living wage employers too. We're also encouraging the council continue to work with our network to champion the living wage in the Hutt City by taking these steps. So continuing to promote the living wage with local employers, exploring ways to include the promotion of the living wage in all council communications and campaigns, and reviewing all the council's procurement policy to ensure that within the life of the long-term plan, all providers of products and services to the council and providers contracted to deliver services on behalf of the council pay the living wage in future as well. And that includes Wellington Water, who we know the council have shareholders in as well. We'd really encourage them to support us to get Wellington Water over the line as well. And then finally, just working with the Greater Wellington Regional Council and other local authorities that are signatories to the Te Upoko Te Ika Maui commitment to broaden the scope of the commitment to include the living wage as an integral part of social procurement in the region. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from councillors? Councillor Brown.
Kia ora, Muriel and Ropu. Thank you for coming in. Muriel, is there, in the changing times now, inflation and costs, is there a review on how living wage will be calculated if inflation is so high?
It feels like maybe a Finn answer. Was that? Just sort of find
so the living wages formula is recalibrated every 5 years, and that recalibration took place in 2023. So the same calibration that was formed in 2023 and formula will be applied each year till 2028. And then the formula is then readjusted.
Any other quick questions from members? Councillor Tupou.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koutou. I don't know who can answer this question, but are there examples of other councils in our region that have taken up that whettle to extend the living wage to council-controlled organisations?
I think that all of them, like the ones that are accredited at the moment, is Wellington, Poirua, Kapiti, Hutt, and the Greater Wellington Regional Council, and just going through a process around that. The council-controlled organisations are on the agenda for all of them. The Wellington one has extended it. It's done by, I understand, a letter from the council to the board, because it's the board's decision really, I think. And given the council controls those organisations, I think it would be a very remiss board if they ignored what the council wanted. The ones I think that there's some work going on with is, for instance, the Stadium Trust, which is not necessarily a council-controlled organisation, but is a little distance. But even that organisation is working on this issue.
Thank you very much, team. Really appreciate you taking the time to come in and speak. So, and we certainly will come back on a number of the requests that have been made in your submission as well, and what you've raised.
Cool, thank
Great.
you. Can I just leave, just to place on record, just our thanks to Councillor Morgan for supporting us. We've been actively working in our community around a living wage in schools campaign, and that's led to Taita College putting their hand up to become a champion. So kia ora. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you. Next up, George Mackay. Welcome, George. Thanks, George. You've got a total of 5 minutes, which includes any time for questions. Over to you.
Kia ora. It's interesting, this is the first time I have to say this. So, the Mayor, His Worship, and fellow councillors, thank you, and thank the officers for the work they've put forward on the submission and the LTP. I'd like to start saying no to water meters. Just worried about the cost of water as it is in the moment in the hut going forward. Instead of putting Toby's water meters on residents' land and stuff, I think council should look at that first, lead by example. Council appears to be the biggest waster of water currently, as seen by numerous leaks pointed out most days. I continually to point out leaks and ring council and let them know to help out so we can get this stuff fixed. I'd also have to question why the new Tobys that are being put in already have a connection for the water meters in place. So it would appear that your reasoning is sorted and that you're going to follow through with water meters because the connection is there. Moving on from that, no to the composting bins. They attract rats and mice. We live down Whitesline West, so we're down by Okotu Stream. If you guys haven't heard of Okotu Stream before, it is the second part of Opahu Stream. So down there, we get a lot of rats and mice and stuff. I've been trapping down the creek area and stuff, and quite big rats and stuff actually down there. We compost ourselves already, so to have to pay for another bin that's not required is just unaffordable for us. Very hard for a young family to thrive in the Hutt Valley. I was going off the Mayor, Councillor Briggs, saying we'd like to thrive in the Hutt Valley. I'm a father, family man, 3 kids, all going to school in the Hutt here, I work in the Hutt here. It's hard. We're not thriving at the moment. It's a bit depressing. So, you know, we're not well off or anything. We have a nice house. It's our second house that we've bought in the Hutt Valley. We intend to stay in the Hutt Valley, but our rates are getting a bit out of control. You guys have mentioned a $250 emission on the rates bill. I looked at my last bill. It was 1,073. So to take $250 away once for the full year that I'm now paying that bill, so that's $1,000 a month or something. It's quite expensive. Obviously, there's some GWRC charges in there. Annual rates plus $5,000. I saw something last night that was saying that in the next 10 years, if your rates was in the market of $5,000, it would be upwards of $10,000 by 2034. So if you pay more than $5,000 in rates, you'd be looking at possibly a $20,000 rates bill by 2034. Bit worried about that, guys, so look out for it. I'll jump on to, I don't know if you guys have got the submission, so you were reading through that there quickly, but I'll jump into the 16.9% is not reasonable or feasible for my family. Cut council spending. Approved 5% increases. This was Hutt City Council, not 13% increases. That was incorporated deep within the budget. Please explain what amounts to over 50 million in unexpected additional spending on staff in the 10-year LTP. Then we go on that one. Not great at writing speeches, guys. Sorry about that. I didn't say that. I'll jump on to Petone. I've written some stuff in about the Petone Wharf. I would really like to see the Petone Wharf retained. I think the Petone Wharf, I've listed it out, it's very historic to the Hutt. The Gear Meat Company opened the Petone Wharf. They got council planning from the Hutt City Borough to have a 15-year consent on it. They had train tracks, carriages, and an engine that used to run along the wharf, and it used to run to a ship at the end of the wharf that then supplied Wellington City with meat. So it is historic to the Hutt. The heaviness of the tracks and stuff that were on it previously would determine, well, in my sense, you'd say it was built to a very strong standard, not to the same standard that it needs to be built to now. Yeah, I'll finish off there, make it easy for you.
Any quick questions?
Thank you very much.
From members? Oh, no? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All good. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, moving through to Alan Brown. Welcome, Alan. You've been listening in over the last couple of days.
Yes.
So you know how it works. Over to you.
I do. And I'm actually speaking to you as an experienced council officer from another council where I had responsibility for looking after a number of wharves of similar age and condition to Petone Wharf. And in that role, I had the responsibility to ensure that council got best value for their investment in those pieces of infrastructure. And so when this proposal came to my attention, I did a bit of preparation. I've read all the calibre reports on the Petone Wharf future options and the heritage report. I've also listened to and been involved with the Save Petone Wharf group, and they presented yesterday 6,800 submissions were received for something that isn't actually used. And so what that says to me is that the visual impact of this wharf is a really significant part of what Petone is about. And so that, I think, is an important consideration. When I looked at the calibre of options and costings, I saw that none of those were actually acceptable. Either they were very expensive and in a time when funding is constrained, difficult to do, or they required removal of the wharf entirely. And so both of these options I thought were unacceptable, and had I been in a position to do something about it, I said, isn't there a better option? And so I haven't had that opportunity, but this is what it would have been had I done it. Is there a middle path? And I think we need to consider the wharf in two parts. There's the stem wharf, which is quite long, and then it's the head wharf at the end, which is wider and in worse condition. And so my proposal would be that we retain the stem wharf, but downgrade its use to pedestrian only. And that actually changes the nature of the structure of the wharf that is required to maintain that piece of infrastructure. And then, and particularly because I heard that information about the visual impact, retain the head wharf just as a historic structure. Just do enough to make it safe, and there's probably some work to be done. In my written presentation, I said that the amount of money that would be required to do this is $1 million. Now, you might wonder why my figure is so much smaller than everyone else's. And I don't really have absolute evidence, but what I do know is that after the Kaikoura earthquake, a piece of the stem broke. It actually dropped down, and it was jacked back up, and the piles underneath that repaired, along with all the other seriously damaged piles on the stem of the wharf. And that cost $400,000 or thereabouts. I don't have your figures, you might know better. And so I'm saying that if you do what I'm suggesting, downgrade it and just maintain it over the next 3 years, $1 million is a reasonable figure. You might know also that the damage of the wharf during an earthquake is an issue, and it remains an issue. Asymmetric structures are more prone to damage, and so we've got the head of the wharf which moved this way and the other. So you fix that with a seismic gap, you separate the two pieces, and this would actually improve the seismic capacity of the stem wharf at a tiny cost. So if you do these things, I think the benefits will come. You'll get the retention of heritage, and you'd have public use in a very short space of time. I've set out in my written presentation the number of steps that might need to be taken to get that to happen. And it would also avoid a whole lot of costs. You'll avoid the demolition costs clearly, but you'd also avoid the consenting costs, because this is a listed heritage item and you will need to get consent to do anything other than maintain it. What I am proposing is just maintenance and won't need a further consent. It's likely that the consent will be expensive because it will definitely be contested by others, and you might get a public backlash on that. And if you do all of these things, particularly keeping the head wharf as well, you'll avoid any issue that might come from the removal of that wharf, which could expose the aquifer to seawater. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Alan. Is there any quick questions from members? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Alan. It was very thought-provoking. You mentioned that you had some experience with other wharfs, and I'm just thinking about what you've proposed about retaining that stem wharf. Would that meet all legislative standards to enable us to do that?
That's a question you'd have to ask engineers and others. I think it would. There may be some work to be done, but I think it would. Yeah, it would certainly meet the heritage people. I spoke with the heritage people after they were here yesterday. They were thrilled at this idea.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, just quickly, you mentioned towards the end of your presentation you had worked with the Save Petone Wharf group or been involved in some way. Have you discussed this idea with that group?
With which group?
The Save Petone Wharf group.
Yes, yes.
And what was this is different to what they're proposing, though.
It is.
So, yeah, what was their reaction to what you were proposing?
Yeah. So I like public opinion. I think it's a good thing, and they've got together and been able to get a coherent view. But it lacks technical expertise, in my view. They're talking about palm-medic. That technique has been used on Petone Wharf for some considerable years. It deals with piles. It is on every wharf around New Zealand. It is well known and well used, and it is not the answer in itself. It is part of the answer, yeah.
Councillor Dye, happy? Okay. Thank you very much, Alan. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Casey Diver. Sorry. Andy Leslie. Sorry. Yes. Andrew Leslie. Sorry, Andrew. Sorry, Casey. Just about jumped you, Andrew. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Andrew. Apologies. Great. I think I had, yeah, anyway, very good. Over to you. We've got a total of 5 minutes, which includes any time for questions, if you could just be mindful of that. Thanks.
Yeah. Right. E te mana whenua, o te rāra Māori o te rohe nei, e mihi ana. I ngā rangatira, kua mihi mai nei ki a au I tēnei rā, tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora everyone. Great to see some familiar faces in the room. So yeah, I'm Andrew Leslie, Chief Executive of Nuku Ora. So we're a charitable trust that provides leadership and support to the regional physio activity system. When I say system, I mean all the people, organisations, resources that help to support physio activity for the communities. So we've got a very long-standing and positive relationship with the council across a range of different things, which I'll touch on some today. We also are very active in the city within primary schools, intermediate schools through our Healthy Active Learning program, with the Green Prescription program, and also for older adults we have a Community Strength and Balance program as well. And also want to note our evolving and really positive relationship with Te Atiawa, and also through the Tū Manawa Active Aotearoa Fund that we manage on behalf of Sport New Zealand. We've been able to invest over $910,000 in the city over the last few years, which is pretty awesome. And alongside that, we also try and open up other funding avenues for organisations in the city, for example, through NZCT. So today, I just wanted to touch on a couple of points in our submission. Firstly, we're really supportive of how you've considered physio activity opportunities within the LTP in light of the really challenging economic environment we're all in at the moment. And want to congratulate you on the progress that you're making around Tupu Hora Nuku and also the Nainai pool. So yeah, a couple of matters. So our obviously our submission is relating to things that impact the activation of the community. In terms of the Petone assets, and specifically around the Petone Rec Grandstand, we support option 1. So we advocate for quality facilities alongside sports fields, and in particular sort of the toilets and changing rooms being fit for purpose, and they cater for all genders and are accessible for everyone. And also wanted to express our support for some key infrastructure projects you have got going on, particularly the Riverlink project and that proposed development of cycleways and micro-mobility networks. So all this supports active transport, which we're very supportive of, which helps to enable people build physio activity into their day-to-day lives. The other point I wanted to raise today is a respectful request for ongoing investment into Nuku Ora. You have been investing $20,000 per annum over the last 3 years, and it's specifically to support our Spaces and Places advisor role. I just wanted to give you some examples of what that's enabled us to do through having this role. And in particular, we've been able to produce reports into sports fields and indoor court provision throughout the region. And the information in these reports enabled you to make decisions relating to sports fields management, and that's informed the $10 million program of investment into drainage of sports fields in the city, which we think is a fantastic decision. It also enables us to advocate for specific regional facility projects and to liaise and facilitate discussions between the Ministry of Education and Sport New Zealand and councils in the region. Helps us to liaise with sporting codes, community groups and schools to sort of manage their facility demands and connect in an appropriate way with the council. And, you know, looking ahead through this role and through the spaces and places work, we really want to expand the focus of the work to include play and active recreation spaces, tracks and trails, and how these are developed and used sustainably. And of course, you know, working alongside council staff every step of the way there. So look, really looking forward to an ongoing relationship with the council, not only in the spaces and places area, but across a range of other things such as play development, you know, youth development, and looking at how we all sort of collectively put our minds together in terms of how we change and evolve in response to climate change. So kia ora, everyone.
Any quick questions? Councillor Dyer.
Kia ora, thank you, Andy, for the work that you and Nuku do. It's amazing here in the region. When you first applied for the funding, it was a role that spread over the whole region, funding-wise. Is that still the intention looking forward? And looking back, was every council in the region on board with it?
So yeah, we'll continue region-wide. Unfortunately, not all councils invested into it, only Wellington and Masterton in addition to Hutt. And we are, you know, asking for the continuation of funding from them as well. We hope in time that all will contribute. So yeah, so regional role, regional focus, but the, you know, it enables us to really kind of focus into those councils that are supporting us. And you know, that's certainly what we're going to be looking for in the next 3 years as well. So what is it that you guys need, and how can we support that through that role?
Cool. So the region-wide look does include the councils that aren't contributing towards it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Cool. Councillor Brown, then we will need to close it.
Yep. Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, is it option 1 for Petone Grandstand, which is a 2.4, which is not the, it's the demolishing the seating in the first floor? That you said option 1, it is the one that you saw?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just clarification for councillors, the money being requested for that regional work is in the budget. So it is just so everyone's on the same page. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the work that you do on behalf of the region. Appreciate it. Great. Okay, Casey, this time. Great. Let's go. Stokes Valley Football Club. Okay, so we are starting to get a little bit behind, so I'm going to have to be quite firm on the. I'm going to have to be quite firm on the 5 minutes, and that includes time for any questions. Cool.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as no one asks questions and just agree to what I propose, that's fine.
Cool. Over to you.
So I'm just here on behalf of Stokes Valley Football Club. First off, I just want to thank on behalf of the club the Parks and Reserve staff that have been working with us over the last 6 months while Delaney Park has been undergoing drainage work. It's been really, you know, it's felt really good to have Parks and Reserve staff and council staff that have been actively engaged with us in the process and regularly communicated with us and have been able to listen to our questions and queries and been able to answer quickly and effectively and help us, given at a time when, you know, we have budgets and costs, and staff often have more than one job than to look after a small football club in Stokes Valley. I just want to draw attention to the reserve investment strategy because I'm here again about Holborn Park, which I've previously come to council last year, inquiring about entering into a collaborative agreement arrangement whereby council and the Stokes Valley Football Club could build a half artificial on Holborn Park in Stokes Valley, which is currently an empty green space in Stokes Valley. So I do want to draw attention quickly to the Nuka Ora report in 2023, which outlined that there would be a chronic shortage of hours for the winter sports, especially football, in terms of available training and game pitches, and that total was about 116 hours per week, due to continue to grow and double within 10 years. This is due to a chronic shortage of available pitches and spaces across the region. I also want to just draw attention to that report, and that it recommended an investigation of opportunities to develop dedicated training fields. Options include increasing training space, but also involve use of other facility types, including outdoor courts. In the Reserves investment strategy, it outlines the guiding principles to fund and promote projects that grow the community, which include community-driven, being proactive, connectedness and supporting communities, equality of care, environmental stewardship, and a partnership approach. Now, coming here today, what I'm advocating and what my club is advocating for is that the council support Parks and Reserve in organising and starting the process to formally create a business case for developing Holborn Park into a viable sports training and playing pitch. For any of you who have been up to Holborn Park, you know that it's not great in winter, let alone summer. It needs serious work. There are concerns with access, size, and the residences around the park, but it also has untapped value in the sense that it is not being adequately used for what it should be intended for, and that is for the use of sport. It is currently essentially a vacant lot that is looked after by Downers, not by Mexsteads. The project that we envision is a collaborative arrangement between council and the football club, in the sense that we have no expectation of council putting aside an enormous amount of money to build another artificial turf in Lower Hutt. We've previously come to council and said, we pay for the labour costs, we build the turf, but we need council's support, one, to lease the grounds to us, but also to bring the grounds up to a state where something can be built on them. And at this time, the grounds are not in any state for anything to be placed on it. There is significant drainage work that needs to be done. There is significant access and fencing work that needs to be done. And there's also landscaping work that needs to be done, because there is a giant mound right in the middle of the park that cuts it in two, which was placed there when the park playground was put in back in 2015, I think, if I can remember correctly. So we're not asking for a huge amount of money at this time. We're asking the council to endorse Parks and Reserve to work with us to build a business case to present to council that can be added into the long-term plan and budgeted for later. We ask council to formally endorse and support the Parks and Reserve staff and Hutt City Council staff in working collaboratively with the community, as we have done. We have letters of support from all the primary schools in the Northern Ward for building a half artificial up at Holborn. We have support from the local businesses that sponsor our club on the regularly, including engineering, plumbing, electrician, and landscaping work companies. We're ready to go. We just want council to support us now to get to that next stage in that arrangement. Cool, that's me. Oh, right on time.
The question I'll ask is, are you working with any other clubs on that proposal?
So
or any other organisations who would also utilise the space, or is this solely just for
So we're working with Stokes Valley Cricket Club as well. And we have reached out and have started the process of working more collaborative with Stokes Valley Rugby Club. Ideally, we see Holborn Park as being a multi-use training area rather than a direct playing area because of its size, but we are working with the clubs. So they are aware of this project and they are aware of the potential benefits to them. But at the same time, we are the main drivers behind it.
Yeah, I think for us to consider around prioritisation, we certainly would want to see a collaboration of the clubs pulling together a proposal. If it's only one club, it's harder to justify for us when we've got a number of requests on us right across the community. So I think that would be really helpful, because it sounds like you've done some outstanding work in getting a lot of support behind this proposal. What seems to be missing is just that clear endorsement alongside other clubs.
Yep. I believe Stokes Valley Cricket Club endorsed it in their submission to the long-term plan, which shows that, there is an awareness of it. between the clubs. But again, if you require something more on paper from the clubs, like a letter of endorsement from each of them, that is.
I think they need to be part of the thinking, right? Not just the piece of paper, but they need to be part of the project and bought into it. Yeah. Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. You used the term a couple of times while you were speaking, half artificial. Were you talking about a half-sized ground? What does half artificial mean?
So if you know what in the size of a football artificial turf, you know that it is quite huge. And if you've been up to Holborn, you'd know that that's not going to work up there. A half artificial is a combination of a portion of the ground being an artificial turf and a portion of the ground still being grass. The space up there is enough for both, and who we've worked with to get some ideas of what it would visually look like, can become multi-use. So it'd be used as grass and artificial, but mainly for training for multiple sports codes rather than just football.
And would this facility alleviate the shortage of training space for all codes in Stokes Valley?
It would it would certainly alleviate the shortage for us. To the best of my knowledge, having spoken with Stokes Valley Rugby and Stokes Valley Cricket Club, they have no shortage of grounds. They don't have the same issues in that space as we do, but they do see the benefit in it being having a multi-use space where they can go up and train if Delaney Park, which is pure grass, becomes unusable during the season because of the winter and summer sports codes.
Thank you, Casey. Really appreciate it. Cool.
Thank you.
And acknowledging a very thorough submission like usual, so really do appreciate that. So no, it's good. That's right, a bit of experience there, so no, well done. Okay, Daniel Crisp, page 310.
Got a compliment for you guys today from the elevator. You're very thoughtful. You'll have a lot to consider, I'm sure, over the next couple of days. Kia ora, Councillor, Mr Mayor, and all office staff involved. Obviously, developing and drafting and consulting on an LTP is a huge project and very multifaceted. So just want to congratulate all of you on the work you've done so far. And the consultation process and the document was pretty much more improved on previous years from what I could tell. So great work. In 100 years from now, we will all be gone. The world will move on. And 100 years ago, the decisions that council made affect our everyday lives today. Today, the decisions that you will make, or not today, but at the next council meeting, will affect the residents 100 years from now. Titus Cemetery was open for burials for 121 years. Petone Wharf has stood for 117 years. This building has stood for 67 years. My new house I just moved into stood for 76 years. Petone Settlers Museum and the Petone Grandstand have stood for 85 years. The Hut Rec Grandstand, 91 years, and the grounds themselves for 119 years. Your time serving on council is a blip compared to all of these things. I hope you see the theme, that your decisions and their effects will outlive you and possibly your own children. Speaking very briefly as a community board member, at our council induction, we were asked to think about what a city or a country would look like if we were governed with a treaty mindset. And one thing was clear to me. Tikanga considers our mokopuna. My grandchildren's children who are not yet born will one day live with the effects of our decisions. Wainuiomata resident Tom Putuai has started a petition for Hutt City Council to open a new cemetery. That petition got over 350 signatures in only 6 weeks. It was only a paper petition, nothing really online. It was only really at the Wainui pharmacies and health centre. It should be noted that 90% of funeral directors in the city supported the petition. They are connected to families. They are connected to residents and know what they want and need. It should be noted that at many council meetings I've spoken at, officers have said, we did consult on the decision to not further investigate new cemetery land options, yet the minutes of previous meetings show the council never did. It should be noted that if we can achieve over 350 signatures in 6 weeks, how many more could we achieve if council had actually bothered at all to consult properly over the last 8 years since Titus Cemetery has been closed for burials? We've been forcing residents and families to travel over 30 kilometres up to Akatarawa to bury and visit their loved ones. I recommend Council engage on specific and significant issues as and when needed, as well as the normal LTP, DP, AP consultations. You need to allocate funds in your LTP for cemetery land investigations immediately. There is no new money in the LTP for cemetery land investigations in Lower Hutt. There is only the money needed to progress the Akatarawa development. There is, however, 3.3 in that Akatarawa and 3.3 million in 2029 for Akatarawa. I would recommend you triple that, use it for land acquisitions, and in the immediate short term, you only need 150,000 in the next financial year to undergo proper spatial mapping of the city for suitable land options. Then if the outcome is that there's no viable options, you can simply reduce that 9.9 back to 3.3 at the next LTP review. Saying you consulted on issues because there was one budget line in a 200 or 300 page LTP document, it's not fair or reasonable to residents. Most people who aren't actively interested in council or the affairs of the council don't have the time or can't be bothered simply to scroll through that kind of document. I won't repeat my comments made on the submission as they're there for you to read. It's my expectation that you probably have read it, but I'll quickly bullet point them with 50 seconds left. Petone Wharf shouldn't be demolished. Council need to consult residents about where they bury their loved ones. The micromobility and cycleways, I've changed my tune on that after listening to some of the hearings, and I now support this. The DCs, I initially supported this, but again, I've heard some good hearings and submissions, and I think it is increasing too sharp, too fast. I propose that you have two categories for the DCs, one for a community developer, so mum and dad investors, and one for a company developer. It'll be pretty simple to implement. Lastly, I'm just shocked that council have not listened to residents on their lack of support for the Eastern Bay's shared path, and that you've only put forward demolish options for the wharf when the last year's annual plan had 4 or 5 options for the Petone Wharf. I'll leave it at that.
Cool. Thank you, Daniel. Any quick questions, and then we will need to move on. Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Daniel. Very good submission and points. In regards to cemetery land and the process going forward into the future, are you looking for, do we require burial land, or is it for internment of ashes?
Yeah, well, I think we're pretty well catered for ashes. There's still room at Taita, and there's the Wainuiomata Garden of Remembrance. So yeah, it's really respecting residents' cultural needs for burial, and burial within their own district rather than sending them out of district.
Now, thanks for your submission, Daniel. I think you're right on the mark. Do you think in the Hutt Valley we do have suitable land for future cemetery use?
Yeah, this question has come up a few times. I think there would be some land out there. Obviously, every year more land gets subdivided and sold off, and therefore you can never use it again for such purposes. But again, that's the job of the council officers to get a proper consultant to do the spatial mapping and find those land options. Previous land investigations only investigated council and government owned land, which is just not sufficient. So it was not diverse and not thorough enough.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate your time. Okay, moving through to Mike Fisher, who is our chair of the Petone Community Board. Kaz Young as well. Great team. So you know how it works. You've got a total of 10 minutes. And I've said I'm going to be firm, and I haven't been, but you guys are very experienced. So once we hit 10, the time is up. So if you do want to leave time for questions, you will have to factor that in. Okay.
That's so, tough, Mr. Mayor.
Over to you guys.
I was going to say thank you, Your Worship, but perhaps I'll take that without. Thank you, Your Worship. Atamare councillors. The context in which we find ourselves looking at this year's, or the LTP, was perhaps the most difficult for Petone residents. You'd see in our submission we consulted widely, we've listened to individuals, we've attended various meetings, and we find ourselves with the legacy of previous council decisions or lack of, and lack of actions, making the choices for Petone residents very, very difficult. There's been a lack of investment, and we find ourselves in a situation where we are being asked to have less investment than other areas of the city, a trade-off of options to fit within a very tight, restricted budget line. Then we're also faced, as previous submitters have mentioned, the difficulties in selecting from a smorgasbord of options, and we found that residents in the community found that quite difficult because they might like a certain option for a Petone asset and then something else from a different option, or neither, and then they've written in, with their particular thoughts or talk to us about their particular thoughts. So it made addressing the issues very difficult when we had to explain that to them in the first place and then allow them to decide what they were, wanted to say and then express that. But out of that, we've distilled various key points, and we'd just like to go through those briefly with you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I just also want to reiterate what Mike has said in terms of, a lot of us know that saying being placed between a hard place and a rock, and I feel like this time round, Petone has had that next level. And you are probably all very familiar with that, in particular with our Three Waters situation as well. And so we kind of wanted to start with something a bit nicer and recognise that it doesn't take long to recognise the struggle in our city and indeed our country in terms of infrastructure and the challenges around that in our water pipes. And we recognise that there is the possibility to do more. We actually appreciate that this council has been realistic in trying to strike a reasonable balance, and that the community that we've been talking with has been generally positive about what's proposed in the feedback. We're really relieved to see a great deal of investment into infrastructure such as the reservoirs, and what will be one of the biggest reliefs is the intended work for the Seaview wastewater treatment plant. For those who live in and around Seaview, Gracefield, Moira, and in a southerly, Waifatu and Woburn, and sometimes well beyond this is tremendous. This is very welcome news, and it is great to see us moving from just being reactive and responsive to these issues and looking at how we can be proactive with dealing with Three Waters and the communications around these.
And just turning to the key issues. On Petone Wharf, we're not going to go into great detail here. You've heard it from numerous submitters. And briefly, we clearly got the message, and we've seen from submitters, Facebook, the petition, the march along the beach to the wharf, that there was a very clear message being sent that demolition of the wharf was not a preferred option. And out of those confused options that were presented, there was a clear feeling to look very closely at all alternative options and to have a level playing field. Right throughout the process, there's been a sort of a drip feeding of information, various costings, which are still being debated and talked about, as you've heard from other presenters. So the very clear message was, do not demolish the wharf, and look very closely and have a full consultation on a level playing field with detailed costings. And certainly we don't want to see the wharf go and be gone forever. That was quite clear. On the grandstand, mixed messages, but again, a feeling that definitely the grandstand with a lightweight roof and seating is essential in Petone. It is well supported in the winter. It is well used. It is a facility that can be refurbished, and there was definite feeling that the retention with seating and a lightweight roof, and involving the community and clubs to assist in that, to look at partnerships, to provide labour or goods or financial assistance, to look at options for doing that, so we don't need a Rolls-Royce option. Kaz.
Recently, I read and shared this quote about libraries. I love libraries because they are built on the principle that books and knowledge are so important and so necessary to human flourishing that access to them cannot depend on your income. Libraries are a powerful, empowering, enabling and safe space for many. Many know this as a third space, which people from all walks of life are welcome, and this was referred to in some of the hearings yesterday. This is certainly the case in Petone. Talking to a range of people, including a number of wonderful groups and organisations who use the library on the regular, as well as many residents, Petone-based and beyond, we could really hear how significant and valued this facility is. We had some who were surprised that we were going through such a similar conversation yet again to some years prior, and were even more opposed to seeing the purpose of that space being compromised with possible housing, given that the area is already getting built up and busy. We would love to see the library being invested and loved. And for some, a done-up and enhanced library is enough. For others, the full utilisation of the site and a better entry point is the goal. But more than anything, people just want to see it done. And my hope is that in 3 years' time, when we next have the LTP, we are not going to be back here to comment on another round of what should be done with such a precious resource, because we will already hopefully be underway, or dare I say, enjoying a refurbished and improved facility.
And the final main leg of our races are paid parking. It was a very clear message here as well, as you would see from feedback received and a petition which I'm sure you'll hear about. The thinking behind this is not clear. There's also an inconsistency, both Petone versus the rest of the city, and then within the Petone to the areas that this was going to be applied to. We're very concerned that it could, if implemented, arrive at a perfect storm. Paid parking, renewal of pipework, and there's a considerable amount to be done in Petone, plus the general economic downturn. It's felt that there is, and I think we mentioned it in our submission, an issue of equity as well. With the papers that we see for the council meeting on Friday, we also see a couple of curveball options thrown in, with 1 hour free being suggested and also no weekend charges. Now, that again, coming back to what I was saying before, drip feeding of information, when we see that, that could also have an impact on what people might think about this, both either perhaps people becoming in favour of it or just adding to the confusion. But again, it is something where there's this inconsistency, and trying to apply this and look across the city at other suburban areas that are not being potentially charged for. We've seen the backlash in Wellington to this, and Auckland just in the last week with this sort of thing happening. I was given an email yesterday to pass on and just quickly read on the issue of parking, which I'll quickly do so. It's from Simon Weary from Lighthouse Cinema. He's unable to be here, he's overseas, and I'll just read a quick portion of it. Retail hospitality has been the canary in the coal mine over the last few years. We've been doing it very tough. Introducing metered parking would be a big blow to Jackson Street. It's a regional destination, works well, and should not be messed with for what overall is a very small financial return, mainly at the expense of small business owners. It will just drive people to big box retail. Council needs to be a heck of a lot more innovative in where it sources revenue, other from the usual playbook of cutting costs and squeezing other sectors, usually mum and dad business owners, for revenue. They need to look at some of where the big winners are in the economy and target them. They can't keep going to the same well as the well is dry. Petone's well is hopefully not drying in terms of the aquifer, but this pummeling of these various options hitting us is feeling like it at times.
With 33 seconds to go, I'm going to read through this quickly. This has been, the Cross Valley Link has been talked about for decades, well before I was even born. And with the change of successive governments, the corridor has ebbed and flowed in and out with all those changes. We recognise there is still a lot of water to go under the bridge, and in our flood-prone climate challenge context, that may very well become literal. But there's a lot yet to be determined. This project has been listed as one of the recent national roads of significance by our current government, and with that we believe and we have heard from a number of people that at this stage it should sit with the government. Plus, you'll have the benefit of $188 million to deploy elsewhere. Moving forward, we want to make sure that any conversations recognise the importance and impact on our communities and residents, recognising that this conversation has already had some effect, including being part of the decision of some people moving from the possible affected areas such as Mawera. Final sentence. It needs to be done well and with the right things in mind. Climate resiliency with multi-modes and public transport a significant part of this. Otherwise, we're simply moving the deck chairs of congestion from one road to another. So as my broken record goes, Please keep our climate and our community at the fore of your decision-making. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I know I said I would be strict. It was just to keep you definitely to time, but I am going to allow for questions because obviously there are a number of things we're considering for Petone in this plan. So we will take questions. Councillor Barrett.
Kia ora. We've heard from a previous submitter who has experience in dealing with wharves, and he has suggested the retention of the stem wharf, which would allow retention of heritage and open for public use at a cost of just about $1 million. What is your feelings on this?
Personally, I think that sounds marvellous. I think the board is basically saying that that's the sort of information we need to hear so that we've got all the potential options available with their costings, so that a clear decision can be made. We're just concerned, I think, that with the figures floated about, and this also includes the cost of demolition, we don't know that that's not going to skyrocket as well. So we need to get the most accurate figures we can for all potential options, so that a decision can be made. And I just keep coming back to what I've said numerous times. If a decision is made hastily to demolish and work physically progresses, that's it, done, dusted. So as Daniel alluded to earlier, the decisions you're making are going to have a lasting impact for not just us, but future generations. If they want to see a historic structure there, you guys have got to make the right decision based on the correct, up-to-date information that you can get.
Any other questions? Councillor Parkin.
Kia ora. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned consistency of parking charges. At the moment, Petone doesn't have parking charges. The rest of the Heart City does for the commercial areas. How do you see that consistency working?
Caught out by my own fine words. I guess I come back to what I said. Yes, there is the issue of consistency with Petone currently being uncharged, but you could argue that there's suburban areas in the city that you could equally apply it to. It just seems the perfect storm, as I said, of timing. It could be that residents may accept parking charges that are earmarked sometime in the future, perhaps ideally when economic conditions are better. It just seems at the moment it is not the right time to do it.
I might just add to that in terms of, if we look at Petone in itself, even if you walk down Jackson Street itself is very inconsistent in terms of timeframes. I think it's really hard to go, how do we make this consistent when in its current form it's not even consistent? So if you're putting another layer of inconsistency and confusion, that's like another layer of complexity that hasn't been dealt with or thought about. And I think the concern for us is around, it's already got its kind of strange own ecosystem in terms of parking. So maybe sort that first before you can start comparing, say, apples to apples.
Just a question from myself. Paid parking ultimately is ring-fenced to go towards upgrading and maintaining transport infrastructure in the city. I mean, would you be comfortable if we were to remove a proposal for paid parking that the level of what we're proposing in our budget in regards to transport upgrades and work would reduce as well? I mean, is that something you'd be comfortable with if there was an impact, not just on Petone or Jackson Street, but also other parts of the city potentially as well?
Just in my quick thinking, Kaz has also got a view. I know that when it was mentioned for Petone, it was going to be potentially ring-fenced for work in Jackson Street. I think the exact wording was. We were sort of dubious about that. However, if you're saying the wider city, that would be the question. If the revenue that was potentially raised in Petone was absolutely guaranteed to be used in Petone, that's one issue. If it was going into a big bucket that could be transport issues throughout the city, then I think that question of equity perhaps comes up again.
Yeah, well, I would say that we could theoretically ring fence that, and I think that is something which we were considering and looking at, because there's plenty for us to do in that area in Petone. But obviously, if we didn't do it, then that work wouldn't happen. So, I mean, just checking you're comfortable with that. The alternative is we put the rates up more, which I don't think there's much of an appetite for. So just because I think we just need to understand what the consequences of our decisions are.
Oh, absolutely. I think that everyone's aware that it's well, I come back to what I said at the beginning. It's almost an unpalatable set of choices for Tony. For us to come out of the process with a tick on every box we want is you know, it's going to be a good roll of the dice, that one. So we just want to see the best option we can get for our area, naturally.
Okay. One thing I will be asking the officers to do, because I think you've done a great job of your submission on your clear recommendations and what you're asking for, is for that to be clearly put into our reports as well. So members are certainly front of mind what the board has put forward to us. So thank you for being able to, you know, make that easy for us to be able to do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Tamlin Summerford, sorry, but Sally Ann Moffat, you're going to speak on Tamlin's behalf. And then you also have a personal submission after that. Is that right? Oh, it's up to you. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. So personal submission first, and we've got the 5 minutes which we can start for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sally Ann tōku ingoa. I'd like to acknowledge first up the hard work of Harman Singh for what must have felt like herding cats to bring the community here today and yesterday to be heard. Thank you so much, heartfelt thanks. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to our community assets today. True community assets serve the needs of their community through commitment and through legacy. They don't necessarily serve the financial needs of a city council. This is because value is more than a budget line. A value proposition, which is how you describe the benefit of your product or service, the benefit that it offers customers. That relates to the item, to the users of the item. And the customers in this value proposition are us. True value considers the customer's point of view, which is what the people want, what the people use, and what the people enjoy. Therefore, the value proposition of an asset must also be based on what the people value. And how do you know what that is? Well, firstly, you listen to us with an open mind. What is the actual value of a community asset to a city? Firstly, relevance. It's relevant to this city, historically, socially, culturally. Value. It explains the true value to the city, and finance is but one measure of that. Uniqueness. It differentiates the community and sets it apart. It makes it special. Councils say they've reviewed the budget line by line to find savings, identify revenue opportunities, and propose spending cuts. So my question to all of you is, are your community assets, like a wharf, for example, and a community house, for example, are those seen by council as a saving, a revenue opportunity, or a spending cut? Because what if these places are none of these things? What if they are special? What if they are relevant and unique? What if the wharf, for example, was not judged by its potential for economic return, but instead by its contribution to both heritage and hauora? And I absolutely applaud council for a line-by-line review. Thank you for that. But I bring to your attention council's own 2023 resident satisfaction survey, which shows that community gathering spaces are already among the top 3 factors that contribute to positive experiences for residents. We value them, so you should too. The value of community assets like the wharf, like our community houses and the grandstand, for example, that value depends upon venue autonomy, uniqueness, and direct and relevant connections to the communities that they serve. I submit that the council and its officers work constructively with the current kaitiaki and governance structures of our Petone community assets and key representative groups in the Petone community to ensure the best possible outcomes for Petone assets. Community cooperation through honest dialogue leads to better outcomes for all. I also suggest that Petone is well placed to demonstrate the values of the 15-minute city or suburb, and I encourage you to see this capability as an asset to be applied elsewhere. My preference is for Petone Library to be a fit for purpose, minor restoration, no major changes. I do not want to see parking charges implemented in Petone. My preference is for Petone Wharf to be restored and to be protected as an iconic Petone asset based on its historical and its hauora value. Restore it for future generations to enjoy as a true community asset. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sally-Ann. Is there any questions for Sally-Ann? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. There's a lot in there to think about. One of the things I was thinking about as you were speaking was community gathering spaces and your final comments about the library and not wanting to see the library expanded upon. I just wonder how you feel that projects up in Taita and Stokes Valley and Nainai to develop community gathering spaces and spend more money and enhance what's there, how they have been successful or otherwise in local communities.
I actually suspect that my next submission might answer that, because what Petone already has, there's already some wonderful meeting spaces in Petone. Petone Community House is across the road from the library, and we work together in collaboration to offer our spaces as needed to be appropriate. We sit right next to St. David's Parish. They have a huge hall. It's hugely underrated and undervalued. I think what's there, when it's looked at as a desk review, I don't think that you know truly what the assets are and how they're being utilised currently. And I think I'd love to talk to you more about it, and hopefully my next submission might answer it. And if it doesn't, please ask the question again. Yeah.
Thank you. We will move to the next submission, if that's okay. So, Tamlin as well. And we can restart the clock.
Yes.
So for everyone, this is on page 319. On behalf
I
of...
just need to flick between documents. That's not the document. Where is it? This is it. Great. Oh, it started. That's a bit mean. I'm going to thank you. Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to be heard today. Ko Sally-Ann Tokuinga, here as Board Chair of Petone Community House. Joining me in representing our House whānau is Tamlin Summerford, our House Coordinator. As a 100% community-led entity, we already demonstrate the fundamentals of what Hutt City Council say they are about, a growing city with dynamic and diverse communities. Our mission is to enhance the quality of life of the members of the local Petone community. Equity, accessibility and hauora are at the cornerstone of our offerings to Hutt Valley's most vulnerable community members, who are a huge part of our House whānau. Due to their diversity of needs, our House whānau require autonomous access. Scrolling, sorry everyone. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm just going to use this. Thanks. Autonomous access to a welcoming, warm, safe and confidential space on weekends, on evenings and in early mornings, as well as during the day. And we are uniquely positioned to offer this and have been doing so since the 1980s. Our venue is a stunning heritage home built in the 1800s. And being a home, our House whānau feels safe to come into this relaxed environment and have their needs met without judgment in privacy. Please demonstrate that as a council you value community-led initiatives by giving the community venues a healthy budget line of ongoing secured funding so that we can continue the mahi of meeting the complex needs of our dynamic and diverse House whānau. This is made up of tamariki, rangatahi, the elderly, disabled people, people with trauma, residents with mental health issues, minority groups, refugees, migrants, Māori, Pacifica, students, artists, sports people, homeless people and other individuals, plus addiction and family support groups, midwifery school and tamaraki STEM education training entities. That's a handful, you guys. Since COVID lockdowns, with our focus on building community connections, we've experienced 35% growth in mental health and wellbeing offerings at Petone Community House, and our Māori and Pacifica whānau have grown by 275%. In addition, we've been the home of Citizens Advice Bureau Petone for 40 plus years, and together with our free room project, we offer JPs and free legal clinics. These services require confidentiality and accessibility at different times of the day and night. Our central location and our home environment ensures our vulnerable members of the community can easily and safely access these essential services. Easy access means that many of our house whānau use public transport. They walk or they cycle to our venue. They walk there because they live close by. Perhaps some of them are disabled. They may be elderly, or perhaps they're new migrants. Many of them don't drive or own a car. So for them, it's never going to be a 3-minute trip to Lower Hutt for them to the CAB if you merge them. I've observed that at times at this hearing, there seems to be a fundamental lack of understanding regarding how our most vulnerable residents access support services and what their real needs are. Council are privileged to be working with a budget of millions and millions of dollars. Our community houses often have one paid staff member and are run on the goodwill of local volunteers who volunteer there because of their connection to the community. Merging community houses or CABs will not give them long-term sustainable savings. The social cost of easy access to these vital community services would be long-term and dire. We warmly invite you to visit and to kōrero with us at our house so you can gain that deeper understanding. In summation, on behalf of our most vulnerable, we request funding support as per our current lease agreement. We request to be valued, to be partnered with and supported as an essential community space across the next 10 years and beyond to enable our equitable, accessible hauora services to continue for another 40 years. Please do not increase our costs, merge us or divest us. In addition, we do not want parking charges implemented in Petone. This will negatively impact our ability at Petone Community House to serve our community. Our preference very much is for the Petone Wharf to be restored and protected as an iconic Petone historically viewed asset. And our preference is for Petone Library to be a fit-for-purpose, simple restoration, not turned into a cookie-cutter, council-led and council-controlled, monolithic, one-size-fits-all hub. And finally, our preference is for a city council that listens to the people. Whawhitai tale lava.
Good timing. Any questions? Councillor Mitchell and Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I will ask a follow-up question to the last one there when we talked about community gathering spaces, and I very much appreciate the value of what the community house provides in that regard. Looking around Petone and the various community gathering spaces there, are there any gaps in provision that you can see, that things that council could provide for the Petone community?
Ears, open minds, open hearts, true collaboration, kōrero with the people who are in the ground doing the job now, and support of the assets that Petone does have, financial support.
So there's nothing missing in terms of facilities for the community?
I wouldn't say there's nothing missing. I haven't done a deep dive into that, and I'm happy to kōrero with you further at another time. But I particularly am talking about the assets I've mentioned today. I do know often Tamlin and I get phone calls of people wanting a large hall space, and we're really lucky to be collaborating with our neighbours, St David's Parish. They give us food and household products to donate to our most vulnerable. But one of the things that they have that not a lot of people know is they have a massive hall that's part of their church, and it is underutilised. And I'm really keen for us to get more grants funding, to work closer with our neighbours, to be able to let people know it exists and show how valuable it is, because I don't think the church staff are able to run it as a facility for true access for the community. Does that help? Great.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, and thank you so much for two wonderful submissions. And with our, charges, our costs, we are, struggling at council, and it's hard. So you're going to have a conversation with the officers about leases and everyone's individually, and in your paper you've got potential for a 30% increase in a lease. If there was a conversation was started with the houses, respecting that all the work you do, could it be handled over a time frame, not just all at once? Could you factor that in?
Tui, thank you. That's a really, really wonderful question. I really appreciate it, because I think what's important to understand is the history of this house. It was the community's house. It was privately owned, and it was gifted to the community. And it was on the understanding that our costs were fully covered by the council, and this has slowly changed. When I say fully, council used to fund us the cost of our coordinator. So that chipping away at our overheads has already been happening, and we need to express that as our vulnerable get more vulnerable, or as the cost of living increases, there will be more vulnerable people. We're not talking less, we're talking more. And that means our costs are going up too. So we actually need more financial support, not less, to be able to have that longevity. We want to be here for another 40 years. We miss the people through the cracks, the people that don't feel safe to go to a hub. I've had conversations with people who need support, and they're looking for a rental or a space to hold private meetings that are they feel they've lost their mana and they feel scared to ask for help, but they feel safe to come to Petone House because it looks like a house. They don't want to go to big places with video cameras and lots of glass and people going, oh, there's Susan. Where's Susan going? Oh, Susan's going to that addiction support service. No, they want privacy. That's what we offer. That's our USP. Come and talk to us.
Great. Thank you.
Final question for myself. Ultimately, when it comes to the fees and charges that we're proposing and the increases and the challenges we've got, I mean, we can choose not to do that, but ultimately that means more on ratepayers. So 16.9% rates increase we're proposing. We've had a number of people submit to us saying that that is incredibly challenging for them, and particularly our vulnerable families. So is it your view that we shouldn't put these increases on and burden our general ratepayer base further?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a really powerful question. And I think what's been most exciting for me listening to the hearings over the past day and a half is that I'm hearing incredible solutions from the people. And I'm hearing solutions that give you some savings. And I would argue that the savings that you're making by listening to the people in our community could be transferred to places that look after our most vulnerable. One of the speakers earlier this morning said, please prioritise the communities and please prioritise the people building community and looking after vulnerable communities. That's us. Hi. Meet Tamlin. Meet Sally Ann. That's us. Don't take us away.
Yeah, well, we're certainly not proposing that, but we have a conundrum of someone has to pay. So that's the challenge we've got. So thank you. Really appreciate your time and your very thoughtful submissions. Okay, thank you. So now we move through to Robbie from the JSP and the team. So please feel free to come forward. Thank you for your patience. We are running a little bit behind, and I know we have a few speakers here on similar topics. Right, so Robbie, you're going to go first.
Thank you. Yep. Kia ora koutou. Robbie Schneider. Great to be here. Residential ratepayer of 20 years, commercial ratepayer of 15 years, business owner in Petone, and current board member of the Jackson Street program for the past 10 years. As many of you will know, we've been holding events and listening to our public, talking about various issues in the long-term plan. And I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Simon Edwards, who's been to all 4 of our hearings, Tony Stellinger, Councillor Brady Dyer, and Andy Mitchell, who attended our meetings. Thank you. My submission today is Vision for Business. Businesses have a significant impact on our community in a multitude of ways. Some key points that businesses enable and provide. Economic impact. Businesses provide jobs, income to members of the community. Businesses stimulate economic growth. They pay taxes that contribute to local infrastructure, schools and services. They pay rent to landlords who in turn pay rates to councils. Community development. Businesses invest in community development projects, sponsor local events, support charitable causes. Businesses fund community events, sports clubs, community programs, all of which improve the quality of life in our area. Many of you will see business brands on the sports shirts of your children. Innovative and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial ventures lead to innovation and the development of new products and services. This drives hope and opportunities for people in our community. Social fabric. Businesses serve as hubs for social interaction, provide spaces for people to gather, network and build relationships. Infrastructure and urban planning. Business development can influence urban planning decisions. Gentrification. Business development can lead to gentrification, which can alter the social and cultural dynamics of a community in a positive manner. So what does business look like in the Hutt City? In the Hutt City, we have amazing businesses such as Hills Hats, established 1875, supplying hats across the planet from Fitzherbert Street, Petone. Stansborough Mill, creating artisan woolen treasures with a zero carbon footprint. Flight Plastics and Recycling in Grassfield. Geological Nuclear Science. Racetech, the business supplying the best race seats in the world. Digital metal casting business Foundry Lab, which is working with Elon Musk and providing foundries for his business there. Sandpro Industries, established over 40 years ago in Petone, providing parts to Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Skoda. Hot Lime Labs, which provides green CO2 for horticulture using wood waste biomass. 8360, innovator of the Nova simulator, attracting the attention of NASA. Woolchemy, manufacturing high-performance materials from wool. New Ends, the world's only manufacturer of commercial silicon nitrate fibres, and a wide variety and diverse array of retailers, most of whom are locally owned and retain their earnings and keep them in our local business community. All of these businesses employ people, either own or lease commercial premises, support community activities, pay rates, pay taxes, and contribute to the circular economy. Jackson Street is the hub of 235 businesses and employ 3,268 local full-time and part-time employees. At a time where we have escalating crime, violence, break-ins and murders, it seems prudent to be encouraging and supporting businesses that will take the leap and employ people, encouraging positive growth and activity, allowing us all to contribute to the circular economy. Someone from the council may be able to help me, but I could not see anything in the long-term plan, no discussion to attract, stimulate, grow or support business activity. As far as I could see, there was no consideration given. So where is the support to attract and grow business activity and to promote stimulus funding by supporting the current businesses? With our strategic location and proximity to airports, rail network, roading and water access, the Petone, Jackson Street, Seaview and Hutt City region is strategically located for our businesses to grow and thrive. With the great work being done through STEM, we need businesses for these innovative young minds to be able to develop their careers, attract talent and provide employment opportunities. So is business just a word to Hutt City Council? Do you have a definition of what business is to you? Why is there nothing in the long-term plan to support businesses? What can the council tell us about the impact on business by introducing paid parking? How has this worked previously? Where will employees park? Have you seen the impact of business through lack of parking spaces in Wellington CBD and other areas? The Jackson Street program, Hutt Chamber of Commerce and Seaview Community Board are committed to the success of our city. Speaking on behalf of the Jackson Street program, our businesses feel systemically undervalued and underrepresented. The long-term plan appears to underscore this. The business community feels that Hutt City Council continue to explore options for reducing costs and alternative methods for raising revenue at detriment to their business. What businesses need most and want most is a strong working relationship with key stakeholders, the council being one of them, an understanding of the value that businesses bring to our city. We need support incentives to grow and allow businesses to employ and remain in business. In our partnership with the council, we ask at the very least, do not reduce paid parking, which will send our customers away from our businesses and force businesses to close. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Robbie, can I just ask a question off
Sure.
the bat? Thank you for that submission. The big thing I hear from the businesses that I visit, and I've visited hundreds over the last few years since I've been mayor, is the investment in infrastructure. Underground transport has been an absolute priority for them, particularly our large, our Seaview areas and other spaces. That is the cornerstone of this long-term plan. and the significant coup we've been able to get with the incoming government with the Cross Valley Link connection.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand how, how that marries up. Given that that is the focus of this plan, are we not communicating that, the benefit that's going to have for our business community well enough? Or are we still missing something?
No, it's a really good point. And perhaps that a communication link missing. And the reality is businesses are busy. They just want to get on and run business. So they do recognise and acknowledge we need a great infrastructure spend. What I'm talking about is the impact at ground level for supporting the growth of businesses as opposed to the infrastructure that's under the ground.
Any other questions? Councillor Tupou.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora, Robbie.
Kia ora.
My question is, I'm just going to read this sentence. Agree with demolish of Petone Wharf. Suggest wharf materials are offered to the public as their own memorial. No memorial display needed. Is that comment reflective of the Jackson Street program organisational members?
That's my personal view, that one.
Thank you.
But you will hear that we do have a view when I do my presentation with regard to the Petone Wharf, yes, which is a view of the businesses.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll keep moving through. So next we have John Donnelly. So John, if you'd like to come forward. Page 327.
Hello, I'm John. I'm a board member of the Jackson Street program, and I've been a business owner on Jackson Street for 16 years. We run a specialty retail. We wholesale around the country to similar stores. I'm an employer, building owner, and the past president of the Chamber of Commerce. Here to talk about 4 points. Here at point 1, Heritage Jackson Street is broken. Since COVID, it's been a struggle that gets worse every year. Many of the businesses in this economy now are trading at a loss. I'm talking about the Heritage Street only, where the meters are going to go. I've got to put $15,000 into the business this month to keep going. It's significant. I hear it from all the other ones. We're hoping that the economy will get better, but that's 2 years away. Savings are exhausted. Interest rates won't come down for 2 years in a significant way. Many businesses won't make it. There's other negative headwinds like the right sizing of government, but the final straw is paid parking. Point 2, defer all non-core expenditure for the next 2 years. I looked at the 2021 LTP as part of this exercise, a whole different environment. It's terrible at the moment. Go forward to 2027, we'll have interest rates reduced. The 46.99 cents and $100 won't be here because the government's going to come up with a solution for water, and that's already in the media. So this terrible scenario is just a today scenario. I lived through Christchurch, I lost my home. That council pivoted on a day and they changed their priorities, which you can do if you have to. Rates increases. There's your table. The average wage increase is 3%, driven up by Labour. That won't be the same under the national government. So your 16.9 is 13%. You're taking out of people's pockets. They can't spend it in Jackson Street. Point 3, Petone assets. I was one of the members of Petone 2040, and it's really clear. Without Jackson Street, the Heritage Street, that is the heart of Petone. If that dies, which it's on the verge of doing, what is Petone? Last month, we saw 230 businesses close in New Zealand. There's 235 small, medium businesses in Jackson Street just surviving. So you can expect large-scale closing with paid parking, and Jackson Street will start to look like it did in the 80s and 90s, before the Jackson Street program was formed. At that point, will you need a town square and a new library? No one will want to go. Point 4, does the council really care? From where I sit, do they care about smaller businesses? Do they care about my staff? I've got staff with mortgages. I should close my businesses. It's technically defaulting, but I'm propping it. Your paid parking, you've said, we don't want to put the rates up. I think you've got a conflict of interest. That's not good for a councillor, but you'd rather load the burden onto small businesses and their staff. That's what you're saying. That's the choice. Should we put the rates up or should we put it onto the Heritage Street? What a terrible position for us to be in. Be warned, Jackson Street is vulnerable and very broken. So I think the council needs to go back to that budget and move things out 2 years till we're in a better economy, sort out the water infrastructure. And you know what? Living through Christchurch, well, with the spending all change, it was still a great place to live. This is a great place to live. If you defer some stuff, I think you've got so many things in your budget, you can just move some. I'm a cyclist. Why do you need to spend $6 million a year on cycleways when I can ride on any road? It's crazy. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You mentioned that we should, given the economic situation, defer non-core spending. What's your view? Because our experience is everyone has a different view of what is non-core. What's your view? What should we stop? And for example, is Petone Wharf non-core spending? I mean, is that given its use?
Look, I could talk about that for way more than 5 minutes. My wife's South African, and in South Africa, the ANC has destroyed the country except Western Province. The DA runs it. They do core stuff. They don't do any of the frills. It's a great place. I look at that Wellington Golden Mile, and nothing's happened in 6 years of They could have planned that over 20 years and done 1/20th every year. And in that 20 years, the view of what's important would have changed. So I think you've got so many things in your plan. The problem is, as councillors, you all seem to think you've got to promise to get voted in. It's more and more cost. Water and the economy has come and whopped us, and now you haven't changed your spending to cut the cloth according to the economy. I think you've got to go back. As a cyclist, I don't need a fancy cycleway. I'm happy to ride on any road. So your 60 million, which if I'm breaking down is 6 million a year, I don't know how you break. Why do you need to spend that for the next 2 years? Why do you need to put 78 million in for water meters when the water's all leaking out of the pipe? What are you going to measure? It's some of the spending in there. Why are you going to, there's things like that you could easily review if you really wanted to.
Petone Wharf, you didn't answer, so should we cut
Look,
that?
the Petone Wharf's important to other people. It's not important. What's important to me, I've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in Jackson Street. I've sort of lived with the point I'm going to lose that. What I can't reconcile is the people I'm going to have to tell that they haven't got a job. That's the bit that is really hard. They've got mortgages to pay. So you're not wanting to put the rates up, which I think saves yourselves politically, will kill my employees. It'll kill me. I think that's the key point here.
We are proposing 16.9%, so I don't think it's a case of not wanting to put the rates up. It's just us trying to strike the right balance. But
Yeah,
I do appreciate your submission.
You want to put it on. You want to put it onto the Heritage Street.
No.
90% of cars go to the mall and big box. Where do they pay?
Cool.
The
I just
cost?
want to give others an opportunity to ask questions. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I worked in Jackson Street for several years, 4 years all up, and most of us were parking, as mentioned, most of us were parking on Jackson Street, and we would all go out together and move our parks. On that basis, a lot of us were taking up parks that would harm your business. So what is the balance that we find for parking to support businesses so that people who want to go and shop in your business can get in there, because a lot of people can't?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the current parking is fine. I think the proposal going to 120-minute parks doesn't understand how the street works. We've got 60 minutes in front of our shop, and across the road, they're 15 minutes because there's a lot of food. People drop in for lunch, pick up their lunch. If they're 120 minutes, it's the wrong move. Hasn't even been thought through. So and they're policed. If you've got parking meters, it doesn't matter if you pay for it to police it or if it's an hour and you police it. It's the same result. The thing we haven't got is enough parking. We haven't got enough parking, and there's no appetite for council. But on Elizabeth Street there, you should build like they did at the hospital, 2 low-level parks. The only thing that's going to help the Heritage Street is if we can bring more people to it with low-level cheap car parks. That would help
I
us.
think the point I was making is that based on your context, are you okay with it being a lot of workers? Like I was one of those, and there was several of us that were just moving our cars as we went along. Wouldn't that impact the shopping?
I'll answer that, Councillor Brown, and it's a really good question. And part of Jackson Street program is to keep assessing not only traffic movements, but the spend of people, where they come from to spend their money. And I think you'll find that if you talk to the businesses since COVID, they understand the pressures and making sure that space is readily available for our ageing population, which is there Monday to Friday, to make sure that they have access to the shops and the places they want to go. That what has now happened, and the trend, is that our workers are being pushed into the side streets, which are no longer fit for purpose, in the fact that a lot of those streets in our Golden Mile are narrow. They don't have off-street parking, that all of those people are pushed into those parks, and there becomes a safety issue for our children or our rangatiki when they come out, because there are parking there of the people that work on that street, and it's not on Jackson Street, it's off. You will compound that issue by bringing in paid parking, because not only will you have the staff parking on those streets, but you'll also have the residents.
Thank you very much. We do have to keep moving. I am going to move Anna Boyack up from Viva Mexico, just because she has, Anna, are you here? Yes, and you've got some children with you. So I trust those ahead will be okay with that. And
yeah,
so,
Helder, thank you so much for hearing me a little bit earlier. I've just got a very tight schedule, as I'm sure you do as well. Do I just begin? Buenos dias and kia ora tātou. I just want to start off by acknowledging that we are all in the same waka here, including you here at the council. Huge increases in wages, insurances, rents, you name it. If you pay for it, it's gone up recently. So we as a business have an understanding and empathy for all businesses, including this business here. However, the difference between you, the Hutt City Council, and us, a small, authentic Mexican restaurant in Jackson Street, you have a captive audience in your ratepayers. We don't. Not only that, our market has a diminishing disposable income. The fallout from COVID-19, along with the rising living costs, inflation, and unstable food prices, have had a severe impact on our business. With people having less disposable income, every business feels the pinch. From 2024 to 2025, our rates are going to increase from $5,900 to $6,900. That's an increase of $1,000 in a year. Our business lease requires us to pay the full amount of rates. It is not a shared cost with our landlord. Where are we meant to find an extra $1,000? We cannot pass that cost on to our customers. They don't have any money. We can't take it from our wages. We're only just scraping by. I know $1,000 may seem like a small amount of money to people sitting in this room, but I don't know how we're going to keep paying these overheads. They don't stop coming, and they keep climbing. For example, last year, our share of the insurance on our building increased from $6,000 to $11,000. That is 80% in 1 year. I also know that that's not a council problem, but I'm just trying to show you how much everything is affecting us at the moment. I have seen many of you out in Jackson Street enjoying the fabulous street that we have there. I can guarantee you that in 10 years' time, there will be no chocolate shop, there will be no bookshop, no Pilates studio, no hospice, no bead shop. The cafes will be boarded up and the restaurants will be left derelict. Insurance costs, compiled with decisions like bringing in parking meters, increasing rates, and government compliance, will choke us and we will not survive. But don't worry. I'm sure big box shops like Kmart, Pack and Save, and The Warehouse, will continue to thrive. They don't require their customers to pay for parking, and they have literally millions to throw at overheads. I'm just going to chuck this bit in as well. After reading the minutes for the meeting that you're going to have on Friday, this has given me the impression that there is already a predetermined outcome that paid parking is going to be introduced into Petone. There are a number of issues here. If it is revenue gathering thing, then I suggest more investigation is done to look at the opportunities that are going to impact the businesses. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your submission, and we really appreciate you sharing that story with us, and I think it hits home the impact that many small businesses are having right now. So thank you for sharing that. Is there any questions that members have? Councillor Tupou, then Councillor Parkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Anna, for your comment there, submission. One of the previous speakers expressed that perhaps we need to put increase rates even more, but your view is quite a stark contrast to that. And what's your view on our 16 the rate?
You know, it's really interesting. I have always really believed in paying rates and paying tax and coming together and working as a community before I married a business owner. There are so many costs that affect us in order to keep our business afloat. We can't change very many of them. The reason I'm here today is because I'm just asking you to listen. I actually really believe in rates. I use the library, I'm down at the pool, I love everything that the Hutt City Council has to offer, but we are not going to survive this. And it's not necessarily because of the rates, I think it's the insurance, but this is something, we can't do anything about the insurance. I've asked the council, I've asked the government. There is nothing that we can do about insurance. We can hopefully do something about rates and paid parking, and that's why I'm here. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah. Final one from me. The big thing is if we look to reduce the rates, the biggest way we can do that is to reduce ultimately our infrastructure spending, because that's where most of it is going.
Yeah.
Now, that potentially makes what is already a backlog of issues even worse, and the flow-on effects from that. That's the reality for us, and we've agreed that the system's broken for us and how we navigate these issues.
Yeah.
But is that something that's acceptable in your mind?
Oh, look, I hear you, absolutely. Is there something that you could think, okay, if this is a small business that is operating in an area like Jackson Street, where you know their insurances and their overheads are going to be affected, is there some sort of, I don't know, like, is there some way that we could get some sort of rates relief, you know? I don't know. I mean, I'm just here telling you what's going on in our lives. I can't make decisions. I just want you to hear, we are not going to survive this. Schrodinger's will not survive this. Thrive Pilates, caffeined, they cannot afford. So for David, before he even opens his door, $11,000 for insurance, $7,000 or whatever it is for rates, that's $15,000 before he does anything. It's just not going to work in the future. But,
thank you again for sharing. Yep.
But, Westfield will be open.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me in
Thank you for
earlier.
taking the time and
okay.
appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Nick. Welcome, Nick.
Kia ora tātou katoa, Cornick Zangaropoulos tōku ingoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to our submission. Before I kick off, if you don't listen to me, listen to this person that just spoke. That really says, absolutely says it all. I just want to, something else that's just unscripted. I just want to raise your worship. There seems to be a false dichotomy here. Why are we, isn't this a consultation process where we're looking at what we're going to spend? You've repeatedly said if we don't implement paid parking, we have to increase rates. Why? Isn't this a consultation process? If my understanding is it hasn't been set in stone, we are actually going through a consultation process. So I just wanted to raise that point because to me that is an absolute false dichotomy. This submission is on behalf of the Jackson Street program and concerns the council's proposed employee expenditure. The Jackson Street program agrees with the council's general approach for addressing the infrastructure deficit facing Hutt City and understands that whatever happens, we are up for large rates increases. We understand that. Our submission, however, concerns non-infrastructure expenditure. The council is proposing a 15.9% increase in employee costs. Apparently, this rises to 18% when we consider employee costs that have been capitalised. Given the brutality of the rates increases that are underway because of the infrastructure, which we agree with, that sort of increase in semi-discretionary expenditure feels to us like the council is operating in a parallel universe. If not a parallel universe, it's like a different fiscal planet to the rest of us. Flippant analogies aside, it is simply not responsible stewardship of other people's money. As you can see, I hope you can understand that I am and others are quite angry and despairing about this. We're really quite upset. So I really want to get that across. A number of people think this is not acceptable. And I'm talking about discretionary, semi-discretionary expenditure. The local and national economy is in a state of significant distress. We have economic stagnation and considerable macroeconomic headwinds in front of us. Central government is currently implementing 6.5% to 7.5% cost savings. These are actual savings. So during the consultation period, many councillors and others referred to $35 million of savings. That concept is worse than useless when you are smashing us with a whole lot of other expenditure, which is going to make a massive net increase. And I'm not talking about, again, I'm not talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about non-infrastructure costs. Households, businesses and organisations throughout the Hutt City and the whole of this country are tightening their belts. Everyone else is cutting their cloth to fit the circumstances. Why is the Hutt City Council immune from this? It's tough out there, but only for others, it would seem. The council is justifying its expenditure on the proposed benefits that the expenditure will generate. We could all do the same. We could spend money now for future payoffs. But if we did that, the difference is that we would run out of money or our business would close. You all here are part of the community. You should behave like everyone else in it. Behave like your ratepayers. The Hutt City Council has the power to defy these fiscal realities if it chooses to. It can levy rates increases that are completely out of kilter with the budgets of everyone else in the city, but it is wrong to do so. It is morally and economically wrong to do so. The Jackson Street program is respectfully asking the council to behave like its ratepayers, restrain and prioritise and ration your spending. Rates increases, and I just refer back to the previous speaker again, who said it much more eloquently than me, but rates increases of 50% in the next 3 years, paid parking, fee increases, coupled with all the insurance and other costs that the council is not responsible for, will absolutely kill Petone businesses. You have a choice about, we have no choice about the infrastructure expenditure, but you can avoid doubling down on areas where you can show restraint. If you do not choose to read the room on this, we will continue to make our voices heard, and there will be a very loud cacophony at the next election. Ngā mihi nui.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you for your submission. And I want to address the staff, which is a very small part of what you will have seen in there, that nearly
$45 million worth of going up to $54 million.
Dollars out of our $100 is in infrastructure and water. And I just want to clarify something as a governor. We have teams that are not full. We have delivery services that we almost don't meet. We have cut the cloth so fine that you as a ratepayer and me as a ratepayer expect a certain level of service. So if we were to cut the cloth any further with staff, we wouldn't have the services that our community and our ratepayers expect.
You have absolutely got to be kidding me. What
No,
about the
I'm
rest
not
of the
kidding
country?
you. I'm
the
not
rest of the
kidding you at
country
all.
is reducing their costs by
I work
5
with
to
the
6%,
governor and I
and you're
work with the
increasing it by
staff.
18% on employee costs. You have absolutely got to be
Because
kidding me.
we have a lot of work that the community expects us to get
So
done.
so does all the businesses, so do all the individuals.
And
They will all
acknowledge
be
that,
increasing
and
their...
we absolutely acknowledge that. But we are required as governors and as local government and to do those minimum services that everybody expects us, and it is increasing and getting more complex, which I think we'd all
I
agree.
think you'll understand that we completely and utterly disagree with that mentality.
Well, we will both disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Nick, I suppose the question from me is that you're saying that this is a Hutt City Council problem. We actually have the lowest rates increase in the metropolitan Wellington region. We have worked really hard, line by line, around where we can find savings or whatever you want to call them. I acknowledge that costs have increased significantly, like for everyone else, as our previous speaker said. So do you acknowledge that this is a local government problem? This is an issue which we also need to work on with central government around a better way to fund things.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand it, because you're making out as if this is a Hutt City Council. You guys are not doing your job properly, and I don't accept that.
So what I'm saying, Your Worship, is that 90 or 95% of what you're proposing is we agree with, because we have to address the infrastructure problem. We've got no problem with that. What we're talking about is, for example, in the areas of employee costs, where I'm working at Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Everywhere else in the government sector and everywhere else in the private sector, they are making actual cuts to their employee costs.
And they will re-employ them as contractors once they realise they can't
but
do the job.
It's not going to be an 18%.
Because this is the cycle we go through.
It's not going to be 18%.
Okay? I can tell you. Okay, is there any other questions? No. Thank you very much, Nick. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Shane.
Just wipe up the apple.
Cheers, team. Hey, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here representing the Jackson Street program and BD&D Games. I'd like to start by thanking Councillors Simon Edwards, Brady Dyer, Andy Mitchell and Tony Salinger for attending the public consultation meetings with Tony. Look, we understand the need to look at options to gather revenue to fund the required council expenditure, but we are opposed to introduction of paid parking with Tony. We've been, as a business, on Jackson Street for nearly 4 years, and we contribute to the unique character of our suburb and applied employment opportunities for 14 locals. Implementing paid parking will discourage potential customers to patronize businesses along with others on the street. It inevitably lead to a decline of revenue for small businesses, and the flow effect will be a reduction in staffing. With increased insurances, rents and reviews due later this year, we have to consider we can afford to stay on the street. Whilst our landlords being generous, there's a limit to their generosity. We're not alone in our views, as many of the businesses on the street make decisions to either to stay or to go. The cost of locked doors is escalating, and as you heard earlier on, is a horrific rate. We see the introduction of paid parking a final straw for many. There was a petition that will come up later on today, but the business on the street supported. All customers have said it would be a larger deterring factor whether they continue to shop in Petone. We've said goodbye to a few businesses on Jackson Street, navigated the battle and survived the effects of COVID, increase in wages, disrupt supply changes, and doing business in a red zone is deemed by the insurance fraternity, which has had us face huge insurance increases. The paid parking is quite frankly decimate whatever hope most of the businesses might have of clinging on to keep their heads above water. Many of those businesses, as you heard from some others, have dipped in their personal savings to keep their staff employed in the hope that things would get better. There's just no more fat in the budget. When you add in the advent of the council closing parts of the street in 2025 to do the much needed stormwater and wastewater repairs, which we just have to suck up, but as we understand, there isn't much more to be able to suck up on though. Many Jackson Street businesses, like we said, are soon going online or we have a warehouse or just closing. And then there's a social impact, such as less customers to the hospice shop, less visitors to the library and the Petone community centres. The idea of paid parking just makes even less sense for the street. On a personal level, I live in Petone with my partner, and we're concerned that paid parking in Jackson Street will drive people park down the side streets more. effect having local residents with noise and light pollution is a real concern to me and others. Really challenged to find on-road parking spaces close to our homes. More importantly, general parking spaces in such small side streets become major safety hazards for small children and families, which make up a large percentage of our inhabitants. You have to look at what's happened in Upper Hutt with the more reduced paid parking. The community boycotted the parking in the mall and stayed outside where it's free, and a number of businesses closed. Similarly happened in Nelson when they reduced paid parking. They pushed residents to shop locally where the parking was free, or the other means CBD where the parking was also free. Once again, small business paid the price. People get pushed to support the big box retail rather than the small businesses, as the parking spaces at the big boxes are free. Look, if paid parking meters are coming to Petone, why not all of Lower Hutt, then just Petone? I heard today that an option for the wharf was $1 million, potentially, and that's $5 million saved in your budget, if you go with that option then. Look, I just want to say thanks for listening to our fears, because that's what for a lot of us it is, you know, and taking the matter really seriously, survival of the businesses on Jackson Street.
Thank you really very much for that. Councillor Park and then Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah. Kia ora. Thank you for Jackson Street program for doing the survey. I'm just wondering if you've actually done any evidence-based gathering in terms of other cities that have introduced paid parking, where it has or has not had an impact on, because I've read a number of studies, and from the vast majority of the studies that I've seen, if it's implemented well, paid parking doesn't have a negative effect on businesses.
Thank you for that question. And you're right, there is a reasonable split between introducing paid parking and the impact on business and the negative influences. So as cited in Upper Hutt, it had cost people moved away from parking in the mall and actually moved to outside parking. If that was to happen along Jackson Street, as we've said in the submission, it will have an impact on the residents, right? Our hospitality industry doesn't close their kitchens until 9 o'clock, so those people are going to be there. So when our residents come home at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, on their cars, because public transport don't take them to all the places they want to go, there is going to be an impact there. We're saying that if you're going to implement this, this is not the right time to do it. Yes, we appreciate that this is possibly a revenue gathering instrument or tool that the council want to introduce. But once again, why not do it citywide? Why just pick on Petone? And why not then look at it just being pushed out just a little bit further? I mean, just look at your own businesses along High Street where they're going to have to put the increase of the extra, you know, fees that you're going to put up there. Have you heard from them? Because we've heard from them as a Jackson Street program that that's going to have a detrimental effect on their businesses.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up the topic of paid parking, which was a topic of much discussion at the meetings I attended of yours. And we have heard a bunch of different ideas about how that could be changed, and some of you may have seen some proposals coming to us on Friday, one of which is for the first hour of paid parking to be free, which means that you can park for 60 minutes on Jackson Street for free, which is no different to what you can do currently. You cannot park on Jackson Street for longer than 60 minutes currently. So I wonder how you feel that may impact businesses on Jackson Street. There'll be no reason for anyone to park on a side street for that allocated time. It's the same amount of time they can currently park on Jackson Street for free for now.
Hey, look, if it's the same sort of setup, the first hour parking free, I think the impact will be not that major, you know. There'll be some people get spooked by meters, as long as it's, oh, sorry. Yep. Yep. Oh, sorry, yep. There'll be some people who'll be spooked by seeing meters, but if it's all signposted correctly and people are informed beforehand so they know, they just don't get freaked out, because communication, but it's going to be a huge thing. I think that would work. But like I said, I'm also taking the whole thing that apparently 7 to 14 weeks per section of the street's been closed for wastewater removal, right? The combination is going to be horrific.
Thank you very much again for sharing your perspective on this, and it's really valuable, so it definitely will go into the melting pot. Thank you. Okay, Helen.
Morning, Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to present my oral submission today on behalf of the Jackson Street program. One of the key roles of the Jackson Street program has to become to provide effective advocacy on behalf of our members. As part of this, we have recently taken the opportunity to provide feedback on the Council's LTP long-term plan along with GW's LTP. We will also be in discussions with Council officers on the renewal works planned to repair our stormwater and possibly combined wastewater renewals works to be addressed in 2025. This will have a huge impact on our businesses whilst this program of work is done. With road closures and detours in place for a significant period of time, these are just a few of the threads of work we weave into our day-to-day operations on behalf of the businesses on Jackson Street and around. As many businesses don't have the capacity to be the voice to council they need to be in these times. Rates increases. The proposed 17.1% rates increase will hit businesses hard with a considerable impact on small and independent businesses. The cost of living crisis means businesses already face increased costs, staffing challenges, high interest rates, and decreasing consumer spending. Small independent businesses are part of what makes Petone unique, and the rates rise will be unaffordable for many on top of already increasing costs, as you have heard from one of our residents and business people, Anna. Similarly, the increases will cause a drag on investment by larger businesses when they are needing to find more free available cash to pay for rates for the same or declining services. Many of our business owners and landlords are also part of the community, hence a double whammy. We have seen a migration of businesses, professional, trades and retail businesses move to home occupations since COVID due to the escalating cost to have a presence in a normal CBD or district like Jackson Street. For those, the businesses' costs can be separated from their residential running costs and they are rewarded by IRD and rebates they can claim. But do they share the burden of the rates differential? No. We still do not understand the ongoing injustification for the rates differential, given that businesses do not receive any additional services for any of that outlay. We also consider why the rates increase is so high, and we note that the financial projections demonstrate that these rates will stay egregiously high. But we urge Council to maintain a clear focus on prudent financial management, demonstrating value for money and investing in projects that will create lasting change for our city rather than pet projects. So we support the parts of the infrastructure plan that you've got for our city going forward. The Petone assets, we don't agree with how these options were proposed, as they didn't give the option to package these three projects in a different way. We support the Petone Library and the Rec, but we do not support the wharf. And the reason why we support the library and the Rec, we see that it has a more social impact and it will bring a vibrancy and people into their city, which we already know that it does. In summary, our summary is that the long-term plan consultation document is that business interests have been relegated to an afterthought without a prudent economic overlay on some of the assumptions presented. Thriving businesses of all sizes are fundamental to all outcomes that councils are seeking within the LTP. We are disappointed to see that there is almost no mention of business throughout, and economic development outcomes of the city have been deprioritised when we look at the lack of investment. If there is one thing to be aware of, it is that the revenue, just under 40% from businesses, assists what drives the city and supports the council to meet its aspirations of this LTP and other plans. Declining business confidence and revenue or accelerating business closures can be the bewitherment of a snowball effect that builds upon itself, becoming larger, graver, and destroyed as the city economy declines. There is one thing the council can control, which is the size of the capital expenditure program. We encourage the council to revisit this genuinely and to look at what is the core BAU for council as opposed to the nice to have. Businesses are no indifferent from the costs facing the council, with one exception at present. You have a captive audience, we do not. Ours is diminishing. And as councils, if business closures increase, so will your base diminish. I want to leave you with a quote from Giselle Barrett-Fratman. The best time to support small businesses is always today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Briggs.
Thank you, Helen. As you would have seen in our consultation document, the most significant increase for us in our capital projects is our infrastructure, our water and our transport. And kind of those are the things that actually support our small, medium and large businesses to thrive. Being able to give infrastructure that gives them certainty in delivery of their business. And what you're saying to us is to pull back on our capital projects. Can you give me some rationale around whether it's a conundrum for us, but from your perspective in JSP, around infrastructure investment versus deferral, which we know leads to worse outcomes for our business community?
It really depends on how you unpack as to which perspective and which square you sit in, Councillor, and thank you for your perspective. Our perspective is that, yes, we understand that there are going to be benefits from the roading implications that you're going to put with the transport, but we also are aware that under the Cross Valley Link, there has also been identified as one of the central government propositions that are going to be supported. So obviously there's going to be some more funding there. So we don't disagree with that. We see the implications. When it comes to water infrastructure, you know, we see that water meters are probably something that could be pushed down the lane. There are other issues and other priorities that you could use in that space. We're not saying don't do it. We're just saying defer some of those costs instead of front-ending it in the first 3 years. There is a promise or a hope or a light at the end of the tunnel that come in 3 years' time. The economic situation and landscape that we all find ourselves in, if we can get there, might be a little bit more illuminating and supportive of businesses, which then allow council to kick some of those things into touch. But when you're looking at the roading, you've got the Eastern Heart Resilience. Well, that doesn't impact us, but it might impact some of our people that come to work, to, you know, the businesses of the 3,000 people that come there. But we actually have more people that come and work with us from Wainui, and yet there's not a bus connection there. So there are whole different ways of unpacking this, Councillor, and we don't deny that water infrastructure is absolutely important, because without it, we don't exist, and a lot of our businesses on Jackson Street don't. Just look at the food industry. I'm sure you all appreciate the wonderful coffee we produce. It needs water.
Helen, just I suppose as someone who has a pretty good understanding of local government from your experience in Upper Hutt,
yeah,
you said that, for example, pushing out water meters to future years and maybe prioritisation of projects rather than sort of wholesale cuts.
Yeah.
That has, as you would know, that has very little impact on projected rate increases. So I'm just trying to understand, you know, the rationale behind that, because we're not going to then be able to, you know, drop 17.9 down by 5-10% by just simply pushing a few things out into future years and on the capital project list.
No, I totally get that, and I understand that if I put my elected hat on in answering that. But, you know, if you were to put a resilience overlay on that, which should be really front and centre of this particular council because of your, you know, your exposure to the thing, is it really worth investing when an infrastructure program should go for 30 plus 50 odd years? And you look at the conditioning, is it worth the money investing in Seaview wastewater plant when you could be underwater, or an 8.9, 9.1 earthquake happens, when GW are already looking at bringing their analysis of, you know, flood mitigation around Riverlink sooner, because they understand that the 400 weather event is going to happen and hit us sooner. You know, there are some considerations that I'm saying that as council, sometimes we don't actually look wide enough. We're a little bit siloed in our thinking and our projections for the future.
Certainly on that, we acknowledge there is a big conversation for the Hutt Valley to have on Seaview wastewater treatment plant, but the current position of the odour issues and other things is unacceptable, and we do need to take action on those immediate issues.
Yes, but water meters don't necessarily have to be immediate. They could be something that you plan. So any new builds, put it in your RMA that they've got to actually be put in as they're built. You know, make it part of your development costs. And, you know, even your development costs are really horrific, particularly on the floor. But I have heard that you've addressed that, which is really great, because, you know, that's part of the business community that you will need to continue to happen to stimulate the take that you have in this city.
No, thanks, Helen.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will need to move forward. We are quite far behind, and we do have a number of people starting to line up downstairs. So I am going to be quite ruthless in sticking to our 5 minutes from now onwards. I was a bit lenient there because I think it's important that we had these conversations, given how much is happening in Petone in particular, but we will need to be really firm. Okay, so Raewyn from CCS Disability Action. Welcome, Raewyn. Thank you so much for your patience in waiting. It's lovely to see you. As you just heard, I'm going to stick to that 5 minutes, but I know you're experienced in coming to the table, so you'll understand.
Next one. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Yeah, what can I possibly say in under 5 minutes that might influence the actions of the long-term plan, which is the result of obviously many, many hours of work and time of council and officers. So I want to talk a little bit more about the people. So I'm from CCS Disability Action. I am the Access Coordinator for the Central Region. And I want to talk about the impact of the long-term plan on the people that I speak for, and obviously not all people with disability. But times are tough for many people, not only people with disability. And we acknowledge the financial requirements within the LTP. But 24% of the population identify as having an impairment, and that increases across the Hutt City, as it's a great flat place for people to come and live. Members of the disability community have recently met with council and expressed their view that their voices were not heard in accessing community and services, and it's increasingly difficult for them to get around and participate, to live well, to work and to play in Hutt City. In current financial times, people with disability are often the first to face redundancy, or they rely on a benefit of some description. Only 39.4% of people with disabilities within the working age group are currently employed, and 25% of those are underemployed. Any increases to basic costs of living mean extreme financial hardship. Rates increases of 16.9% will be found also in other areas. The rates relief will help, but increasing transport costs, parking fees, water charges, insurance, power and food means that the many that are facing extreme hardship that have no discretionary money left, which then impacts on the retail and business sectors of the city. We'd like to see council focus on essential services and keep any nice to haves for later in the 10 years when we will hopefully see an improvement in the economy. Transport in the city, as well as connecting with Upper Hutt and Wellington, sees some very big projects in progress. However, the accessible journey from home to destination still has many local barriers that prevent people from travelling independently. We recommend engaging with the disability community to improve safety and usability on cycleways, shared paths, and any general infrastructure builds. Meaningful collaboration with the community could mean that no new barriers to inclusion are implemented. People with disability should be seen as the experts in identifying barriers that prevent them from living independently in the city. We'd like to see the council encourage people to report barriers to access, especially in recreation spaces, open spaces and programs that the council run. That the reports are acknowledged with more than just a thank you for your email, and that remediation of any barrier is put into a works list. All users should benefit from the investment and maintenance that's proposed in the long-term plan. Finally, I'd like to thank council for some recent initiatives. The engagement opportunity that we had to come and speak to council was wonderful, and there are now some new Urban Plus units which are fully accessible, an area that we need a lot more accessible housing for people in the Hutt City. And thanks also to the Mayor for proposing some concessions at swimming pools that will also benefit our community. I hope that the council will vote to support that initiative of a concession in the pools. So thank you very much for hearing me this morning, and I just hope that you will leave the room today with a sense of the impact of your long-term plan on many different communities within the city, but in particular in the disability sector and the access space. So thank you.
Thank you. Any quick questions? Councillor Dyer.
Thanks. You talked about pushing out some of the nice to haves into the later years. In your opinion, what are the nice to haves that we're proposing to do?
I think the library in Petone, is something that perhaps could hold a little longer. Certainly water meters are going to be a big issue for people having to pay for their water service. So they would be two things that I would see, yeah.
Thank you very much, Raewyn. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Miriam Barker. Welcome, Miriam. Total of 5 minutes and we'll get underway. Thank you.
Well, I kind of hope you've read what I wrote and then I don't have to repeat it. There've been some very passionate people and I guess some of my views are a bit different. But thank you for hearing individuals as well as organised groups. I guess my main message is my hope that all the money will be really well and accountably spent and it will be supported by appropriate revenue gathering. That's the overview. Very quick summary of the points in my submission. I do hope you'll find a way to do more than just bend the pipes because that will keep happening, as I've heard this morning already. If you can, I don't know, get some money from the government or something so that you could actually replace pipes. And that would be my dream anyway. And I did make a note of our high water use in my submission. I'd love to see a lower target for that because it would mean in the long run you don't have to do more reservoirs and lakes. So there is a thing there about spending money really well now to save having to rescue things later. I'm glad you're investigating food waste collection. I know some people say, well, I compost already, so do we, but some people can't. And I agree with your arguments about that. But by the end of today, you will have heard rather a lot about Petone, where I live. So I'm not going to say a whole lot about that. You can look what I think. I do think that evidence is really important. I've heard that from other people. Will paid parking really close businesses? I don't know what effect, and I've put in a solution here for about needing the wider view with paying for parking as Wellington has. If you're looking ahead for 10 years, we might need coupon parking instead of our streets all full all day with people parking for free. And that's because I come from the cyclist's perspective as well as a walker and a person who drives cars at times and uses the buses. Things need to improve. I gave you an idea that maybe you could give some incentives even to your own staff for being one less car, as one of my biking friends used to have on the back of himself as he biked along. With the cycling, I've just given a few simple suggestions for things that would make us feel you're thinking about us. There's a little bicycle painted on the side of the Ewan Bridge that's been there for about 30 years, and I don't think that paint has been updated. But if there's a place where that paint is there for you, you do feel like, actually, I'm allowed to be here. It's a very small thing. There have been some great directional signs put in around the hut for where the bike lanes and non-bike lanes go. I'd love to see some more of that. I know when we lived in London, you couldn't bike anywhere. 30 years later, going back, there's these signs that say quiet route 2. And there are some quiet route 2s, but you can't find them. So it would be great to have some little cheap improvements there to say, hey, the council's looking at that. We can't afford many big things. We still want to, and including the Magic Triangle and the links in Esplanade to Jackson Street. I hope that all that money spent is going to be ring-marked. You know, the plans are not lost and put in the trash and we have to have another lot of plans because that would be a real waste. And I'd love it when I go to the hairdresser in Waiwatu Road, in the dentist in Wetako Street, for there to be a place to park my bike. Because I do bike there, and the tree is too big for my bike chain outside the dentist, and I have to go over the road to park it around one of those P60 signs. Some of those things would help make us visible. And they're very small things. You've heard all the big things from the cycle network, and I agree with them too.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor, and especially for your suggestions. You had some really good ones in there. I just want to pick up on one that you mentioned about coupon parking for side streets. Have you got some sort of overview on how they work in other areas and how they could be applied specifically for Petone?
I don't claim to be any sort of expert, but we do have a relative who lives in the central part in Kent Terrace in Wellington. Because the buses on Saturdays when we go visiting are only an hour apart, it's not real convenient to take the bus. So we go looking for a coupon park, and you can park there for 2 hours for free if you can find one. And I like that idea. I heard that, the first 2 hours are free, but if you want to be there all day, you pay, because actually it's a privilege.
Just final question from myself. You would have heard from some of our submitters before, and clearly the pressure that's being felt for many when it comes to the cost increases. And one suggestion that does come up regularly is around making cuts to our capital program and improving cycleways and the likes, because they don't view it as a sort of core water, other infrastructure type thing. So, just your response to that, because it is something that we are hearing in a lot of the submissions.
Yeah, I don't think the micromobility budget is so huge. I'd be very disappointed if there was nothing. I'd love it to be more, because until those cycleways are linked, you won't get your advantage of people being able to go everywhere they want. So I'm for, hanging in there and hanging out for the chance to do more, not less. But, I can't balance your budget.
Yeah, no. My job in these submissions is to be a bit of a devil's advocate with everyone. So I think, it's important that we consider everything as we try and grapple with what we end up with. So thank you. Okay. Ian Pike. Welcome, Ian.
Hello, I'm Greg Thomas, and this is Ian, and we're two of the trustees of A2. A terrible apology. We know there's a spelling mistake on Awakarangi on the front page, but our private art technology, the private art technology was beyond us. Once we prepared it, we couldn't change it. So apologies for that. We're really conscious in hearing the submissions we have this morning about the financial position of the city. And that was why I had a discussion some weeks ago with Carl Chittum, Head of Arts and Culture, and we decided it was not appropriate that we should be asking for any council funding for the next 2 or 3 years. But we did want to come and remind council of some of the work we've done over the years. I've listed that in the submission. And can I just read the point we make in paragraph 2, that the Trust vision is an exciting city with public art that celebrates our people, history, environment and diversity, and encourages curiosity and wonder. The Trust aims to inspire and connect people through public art. Creative cities do well and attract population and business. And when we hear about the economy, of course, you may think public art is a frippery, it's something we don't need. But at the end of the day, we all want to live in a city which we can enjoy, and we would like to think that the public art contributions we've made in the past and those that we might be able to make in the future will make this a better place. One point I do want to make is that we've spent a lot of time in the last few years on Riverlink, and the whole Riverlink model may change. We initially understood that there would be a public art component in Riverlink. That may not be the case. We do have some seed capital that we can use, and so if there is no Riverlink funding available from the designers and from the construction team, we certainly have the ability to create some works. We've already worked with Len Hettet on a couple of things. But we do have the ability to use some of our funding for seed funding because we want to enhance that Riverlink project The city's turning towards the river, and we think public art is an important component of that. And even though there's no specific funding from Riverlink, it's an aspect we want to work on in the next few years. So we don't expect anything from council for the next 2 or 3 years. We just want to remind you of what we've done and say we might want to talk again in 3 years' time. You might want to say something.
Thank you, Greg. Look, Greg's already mentioned how coming on after some of the presentations you've heard does make art seem like a frippery, but I'm not sure. I don't think it is. I think art is a significant, can be a significant contributor to the city, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about that within the couple of minutes I've got left. Every second Tuesday of the month, about 7 or 8 or 9 pretty dedicated Lower Hewtians gather together, and we have, for the purposes of this, I'm going to call it an Imagineering session, so imagination and engineering. We imagine what the city might be like if we had a linear sculpture park along the riverbank in concert with the Riverlink project. We imagine what the city might be like if there was a sentinel that welcomed visitors, announced where they were as they came through or into Hutt City. We've recently been talking about the acknowledgement that we could make of that really turbulent time that all of us have lived through and have been affected by individually and collectively the period of 2020 to 22. What can we do by way of an artistic representation of that really difficult time? But we don't just imagine. We're not there to talk about ephemeral things. We do the engineering part, so we talk about costs, the consenting issues, ongoing maintenance, project delivery, all that sort of stuff. Why do we do it? Comes back to what the importance of art is. So art can speak to the diversity of our city. It can make more visible the mana whenua that live here. It can spark the imagination, it can inspire, can get people talking together. It has a really fundamentally valuable and positive contribution to our citizenry. So we would like to think that this work and good work that can happen for the city can continue, but as Greg has said, we're not here to ask for money, we're here to ask you to remove our funding allocation, which was in the long-term plan from last time. Take it out, because we recognise what we've heard from the Jackson Street and other people this morning. But don't forget us when 2 or 3 years comes past, because we think that we can really lift the spirits of all of us that live in this fantastic place. Thank you.
We do need to keep moving because we are severely behind now, but I just wanted to say thank you for your submission, acknowledging, and it's a very pragmatic submission on the challenges we've got, but certainly wouldn't want to wait a few years for the conversations to happen. We do have obviously an arts culture policy, which we want to make the most of situations like projects like Riverlink. So let's keep talking about what's possible, I think.
And we want to do that.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, Dennis. Welcome, Dennis. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
5 minutes, over to you.
Okay. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm down there as general, but I'm a passionate Petoniite, so I'm apologising for that because you've heard a lot about Petone, but I do feel involved in the 10-year plan because I have been a Petone resident for more than 35 years, and I recognise the value of living in Petone and in the greater Hutt City. I think council is faced with difficulties as far as funding the wish list for all of us, and I recognise that and I want to acknowledge that. I think the proposed rates rise for someone like myself who is retired on a fixed income, and for many others like me, are probably unsustainable in the long term. I can put hands in the pocket, as it were, for 16% for year one, but when I look at the projections long term, that seems unsustainable. So that's one point. Maybe there's alternatives to rate-based funding that need to be investigated or have already been investigated by council, central government, etc. Petone is my chosen community. It's part of my identity and the place I identify with. A community is about its people, but it's also about its culture and its character and the things that are part of that community which make us behave in certain ways. So infrastructure and facilities are places that people use, but residents also value. You could understand my despair when I saw that the options around the Petone Wharf, for instance, and other facilities didn't acknowledge the need for restoration, but demolish or demolish. And I really want to say that I don't think that's an option for me. Where is the culture of maintenance, preservation, regard and respect for the things that we value in our community, need in our community, and I think that that's where council needs to hear Petone and us as a community. At the moment, I see demolition as the preferred and only option. The Petone Wharf has been a piece of my childhood. My father took me fishing there and taught me how to fish, taught me how not to fall off the wharf, all of those sorts of things. That was before the safety signs, etc. He was a lifesaver, mind you, but we didn't have to go there. There were lots of other children, fishing, families, all of those things. In subsequent years, I cycled along the foreshore and onto the Petone Wharf, chatted with the people fishing and so on. Those fisher people now are confined to the bridge over the Hutt River and various other spots around Wellington. I think the Petone Wharf is a part of our community, which is about people using the wharf. It's not about big ships in there or those sorts of things, but I think it is an essential part and an integral part of what we need to maintain. I think the immediate focus of the 10-year plan should be on maintenance. I do not agree with water meters in the short term. I think they seem like something which is perhaps a little overkill in the sense that we know where a lot of those leaks are already. As responsible homeowners, we're aware of that in our own homes, our own properties. What we do despair with is when we advise about leaks and we don't see any maintenance happening on those sorts of things. So I'm not opposed to water meters in the long term, but I think we can be smarter about that and more selective. The Petone Recreation Grandstand, again, I watched Bob Scott kick barefoot when he was a member of the Petone Club after his All Black career. My father took me there again, and I still walk across the recreation ground as part of my routine day and see Bob Scott and see the kicks and see the stand. And I would ask that council investigate the opportunities to restore rather than demolish the stand. In the setting light the other day, it's an iconic, not a beautiful piece necessarily, but it's a part of our community. And I think it should be restored rather than demolished. There's lots more I can say. The library facility, I think we need to improve rather than build an infrastructure on the top of it, as it were. There is more need for meeting space, I'm sure, small meeting space. I don't see right front of the forehead in the plan remediation about climate change, the risk of being a Petone resident and those sorts of areas. I am opposed to paid parking and I guess that's my 5 minutes. I'm sorry, it's a muddled walk through all sorts of things.
No, it's really
but I feel passionate about our community.
No, thank you for taking the time
opportunity.
to cover such a range of topics, and it's really helpful for us. So, legend, thank you very much.
You.
Appreciate it. Karen, welcome, Karen.
Hello, everybody. Kia ora. I looked at the options and I looked at the piece of paper about the different assets that we have. And in my submission, I picked out one that was important to me. And I want the Petone Wharf repaired because of its historic significance and the absolute need to return it to its recreational use prior to closure. Once all the walkways and cycleways are joined, the wharf's usage should not be understated. I do not agree with demolishment. There is an ideal way of repairing it for the same cost of demolition by a local firm using internationally proven methods. What could be better than that, having somebody local repairing something that is so special to the people of Petone? I want to, I guess, to say, stop tunnel vision and making destruction one of the top of mind things. Start thinking outside the box. The option to use a local firm could be easily led to solutions for other tear-down proposals. So this company may be able to help in other directions and may be able to do it at a price that's more comparable to council's budget. I've lived here for 7 years, but I'm also a Lower Hutt and a Wellington resident of some 70 years. When I first moved here in 2017, I signed a petition at a local cafe to save the wharf, the second longest wharf in the country. I believe if maintenance had been done, we would not all be here doing this. I urge the council to really investigate about removing the wharf. I've looked at articles on the internet, and removing the wharf over a submarine fresh spring, which I believe is underneath the Petone Wharf, could cause or may cause irrevocable damage to the aquifer. And I don't think any of us would want to see that. Now, I'm just going to talk about something that isn't on my submission because I've got a little bit of time, and it's regards the parking in Petone. I am actually against that. And in the course of the discussions that have gone on here and the various people that have talked about the parking, no one has given regard or talked about the inconvenience to business during the installing of these meters and the considerable traffic management charges that will be attached to these projects. So for that reason, if you want to do it, defer it to some other time. We have a very, very good strict warden, traffic warden in Petone. Don't know if any of you've seen him, but he does a very, very good job. And I tell you what, you don't get much leeway with him. He picks up everything. So if you think that there's no one watching who spends what time in Petone, you are very wrong, because there's a very diligent man who will always be there to tell you that you've parked too long. So I'm going to say thank you for listening to me, and just really, really do your research. I know you often outsource to professionals to give you advice on things, but there's a group of people here that surely have a lot of common sense to look and read. We all can read and we can all look at things on the internet. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but you can find answers and talk to the people that live here. We're always around to be talked to. We love going to meetings and we love hearing people's ideas. There's a lot of good ideas in Petone, so don't disregard them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Really appreciate your submission. And can certainly reassure you that we are taking all these ideas on, and it's certainly going into the melting pot for us.
I really appreciate that.
Yep. Okay, that is lunch break for us. We are going to have a much shortened lunch break. team. So we're just going to go for 15 minutes, just because we do have a number of members of the public here who are obviously giving time in their day. So that means we will be back at 12:35 sharp. And any questions or things for officials, we'll do that a bit later when we've got the space. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. We'll get straight back underway. John Roper. John. John, welcome. Oh, yeah. Thank you. John, so we have a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. So we have read your submission. If there's any key points you'd like to make, then questions.
Kia ora koutou. John Rope is my name, and I'm a third-generation Betonia resident. I've been involved in Betonian business for about 55 years. Member of the rugby club for 70 years and a president for 6. So I've been around for a little while. Coincidentally and gratefully, our family business is based on the Esplanade, so we look out at the beach every day, which is really, really nice. My love for the wharf is based largely on the amount of time our family spend walking along the wharf, catching up, chatting with other walkers, fishing with my grandchildren. As the saying goes within our house, let's go for a walk to the beach, to the wharf. And as you can imagine, it wouldn't be the same if we have to say, let's go to where the wharf was. Since my involvement in the Save the Wharf, I'm continually amazed that almost everyone has a wharf story, and I'm sure you're all aware of these things as well. They've either caught fish, got married, spread ashes, worked at the gear meat company when it was there, jumped on and off the wharf, and so on. So everybody has got some relation with the wharf. My immediate neighbours told me the other day that they've got 6 generations who have walked along and fished on the wharf. And I consider the wharf as a great Wellington asset, not just for Betonia and Lower Hutt. As you know, it's the furthest out anybody can venture into the harbour, which is a really, really neat aspect. Other submissions will delve into the technical reasons, financial cost comparisons for repair and the retention. But my request is just for you guys to allocate the funds as per their long-term plan into the best possible utilisation. And I'd like you to consider the true cost of comparison of demolition versus repair and restore. The additional cost structure, legal challenges, unknown total cost of demolition need to be compiled, and then a direct dollar for dollar comparison, which is the cost of repair. But the main thrust of my talk today is that I believe that we're missing a major opportunity in this discussion area. Rather than looking at demolishing the wharf, let's look at what could be developed to give Betonia, Lower Hutt and Wellington a new positive direction that will result in an incredible asset for the current and future inhabitants of Greater Wellington. If we look at the new Tiara Tapuia bike walkway being built, and even they're currently installing new fish generation reefs to enhance the area. All of these are to improve the facilities, beautify as you will all be aware, the additional new construction of water sport buildings and the focus of water activities, the general leisure upgrading, then we should be looking at the wharf as the focal point of the whole beach reconstruction, not pull it down. Rather than demolish, I believe the council should be looking positively of how can we enhance this treasure, create it as a focal point and an asset for people in addition to the immediate ratepayers. Imagine coffee carts, ice cream stands, food trucks, fish and chips, additional parking areas, fishing competitions for kids, and all the other activities that could be generated by retaining the wharf and putting effort into improving it. So there's a current discussion surrounding the walkway bike path being from the Great Wellington Walk from Eastbourne to Wellington. What an amazing halfway point it would be to incorporate a stint on the wharf and partaking in the activities as mentioned, as somebody said to me the other day, EV bikes get from there. So I'm sure you'll be well aware that this is the second longest wharf in New Zealand, wooden wharf, and you can't replace this if it's demolished. Unlike the Rec Grandstand and the library, these can be rebuilt and modified. But in summary, if this toanga is demolished, it would be the end of 100 years of history and another 100 years of future history that will never be rebuilt. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, John. Any questions? Councillor Parkin.
Kia ora, John. Thank you for your submission. We had another member of the public submit with the idea of keeping the stem of the wharf but losing the head. How do you feel about that proposal?
I don't think you need to. Not at all. I mean, and I haven't delved in great detail, or a lot more detail of the reconstruction, but I'm told that what has been offered as a reconstruction as a restoration, then you wouldn't need to take away the head of the wharf.
So the information that we've been given at the moment is all very in the air, but the information is looking like it is significantly more than the 6 million that we have set aside for that to keep the head of the wharf. How does that change your feeling?
Well, I've had discussions with Rock Bond, and they tell me that they've got which is different than what you're telling me. And I guess it is the information that you've got is it correct?
It's from Rock Bond.
So what's the figure they're talking about relatively?
It's probably not helpful to go into
Okay.
a to and through on this.
Yep.
I think the question, John, is at the end of the day, if it's going to cost more, do you see that as acceptable, or does that change, you think, our thinking in regards to the head of the wharf or other aspects?
Well, if you go along my tenor of saying let's enhance the area and let's look at how we can build onto it, I think it would be a shame if you're only building onto, and I don't know how much you're talking about taking the head off it, but if you're going to use that and construct and look at the future, then I think it would be ideal to have the full wharf as it is currently. And I don't know the relativity of taking the area away or not. But it's not a huge amount when you get lots and lots of people on it.
Okay. No, thank you. Any other questions? Really appreciate your time, John.
Thank
you. Derek Wilshire. Welcome, Derek. So we have a total of 5 minutes. Over to you.
Yep. Kia ora tātou to Mr Mayor, CEO and councillors. I am Derek Wilshire. I had two things that I submitted. First of all was the overall thing that was submitted. I didn't ask to speak on that because I believed that the councillors will read that and that's got notes attached to it. But by and large, I was supporting the thrust that the council was taking, recognising that the future of that is very much in question, has really been put by other people. We are in difficult times, they're not going to get easier. So I'll just take that, you'll look at those things. There's one thing that I did comment on, it was Petone Wharf, and Mr Roper has sort of jumped the gun beautifully. I was suggesting that if competent estimates for rebuilding something on like the Petone Wharf could be come up with in relation to the cost of pulling the wharf down, that would be worth looking at because it is a valuable community and it's really a Wellington asset. It's well known. That was all I was wanting to say, but Mr Roper's expanded on that. The superstructure on the wharf as it stands is pretty awful. So I'd like to just talk about the other submission which you have in front of you regarding managing community assets and the governance of it. I think we need to use the communities more than we do. The community boards should be charged collectively with meeting to discuss the use of their assets annually, and in that I particularly include libraries and things like the swimming pools, which I think should be given, they shouldn't be up for questioning at time of annual plan review, and that the council should facilitate a process with the community representatives for the community boards to get out there, and hopefully they'll be retained, I don't know yet, get out there, and they should be the funnel for the community views on these things, and they should bring them in and collectively across the city discuss their particular assets, so that what comes out at the end, things like the swimming pools, hours of the swimming pools, retention of the library, development of community hubs, which I now notice that they're called, should be something which is done in a process, but it should all be done under the aegis of the council, and I'm very opposed to privatisation of any of those particular assets. Of course, you have to use the private sector at times to facilitate the management of these community assets. My second point was just a simple one about adult fitness centres. I spend a bit of time in Australia these days, and along the Brisbane and the river and around the harbour side in Sydney, you see these lovely little facilities that have been built, and I've seen sort of rough photographs have been sent out to you. They're widely used, and I think they would be a very valuable asset to living in the Hutt Valley. And I can see places, for example, in Bishop's Park in Eastbourne, where you can combine it with a swimming pool, children's play centre, and a fitness facility. And there are other places, Fiora Reserve, and I think along the Avalon Park and along the Petone foreshore. These are great things. They're widely appreciated and very well used. I'd love to see the council over years, develop a program of building some of these things. I'm not too old yet to use one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions? Really appreciate you taking the time. Great to see you. Thanks, Derek.
Great.
Hamish Finlay. Welcome, Hamish. Thank you for taking the time to come and submit and speak to us. We really do appreciate it. Got a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions.
Fantastic, thank you. Mr Mayor, councillors, officials from the council, thank you very much for taking the time to hear me today. Kia ora koutou. My name's Hamish Finlay, and I'm the Chief Executive of a company called Aspec. I'm also a ratepayer in the Hutt City. Aspec is a Lower Hutt-based company that is based in the High Street. We employ 60 full-time staff and 250 or so contractors, casuals and part-timers. We provide assessments and exams in highly regulated and safety-conscious industries such as aviation and regulated trades like electricians and plumbers all around the world. We have activities in 31 countries and operate contracts in 25 countries. I have a team of highly qualified and skilled staff based in my High Street office. They choose to work for us for a bunch of reasons, but one is the proximity to homes, schools and family and the excellent Hutt amenities. I think we all acknowledge that public transport to the Hutt CBD currently is woeful, and I'm incredibly supportive of the work being undertaken to improve that over the coming years. I also want to acknowledge the awful cost squeeze that you find yourselves in, caused by underinvestment, increased compliance imposed from above, and limited mechanisms for you to fund. I'm broadly supportive of the long-term plan, given the circumstances, and acknowledge that my rates will have to increase if I want to be part of a great city. I do, however, want to point out an unintended consequence of the proposed changes to parking will have at the street level and those above street level in the Hutt CBD. We really have no or little alternative to get to work at the moment aside from our cars and the use of the Riverbank car park. The proposed changes will take a few dollars out of my team's pockets every week. When I asked them what they will stop or not do as a result, they largely replied that they would lower their incidental expenditure on coffees, lunches, and the things that they normally do during their breaks at work. Now, this will have a lowish impact on my team. My fear is that this observation about them spending less will be true across all of the above street workers. The CBD does continue to struggle. There are empty shops, and I'm sure that there are more coming. It will become less attractive for staff and businesses to remain as amenities and shops close. This will create another downward spiral. Can I ask that you and your officials to examine the economic impact and the multiplier of the proposed increase will have on the expenditure in the city? Because that additional expenditure may actually have a greater economic benefit than the increased charges will have as a result for the council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for engaging with your workforce to be able to inform the submission. I know we've had this conversation before, and it's really helpful for us. Any questions? No. Very good. Easy. Thanks so much, Hamish.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up we have Nicholas. Okay. Well, welcome, Nicholas.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, councillors. How are you all doing? Yes, so thanks for listening to my submission. I'll keep it reasonably brief. There's two main issues I want to talk about. The first is the water assets. I know I've spoken to some of you and emailed some of you before about this, but I'll keep it brief. Unfortunately, the situation is that previous councils, for whatever reason, have not invested enough money to maintain the water assets credit, a bigger and bigger backlog with time. The thing is, we cannot just magically rewind the clock. We have to start from the date today, which is May 16, 2024, and ask, how do we get from here to our ideal destination? Now, some of you may be older than others, but time can go quickly in life. I want to imagine that you're sitting here in 2034, if you're still in the council, or the councillors in the 2034 chair, looking at the 2034 to 2044 long-term plan and think like, what decisions did we make back in 2024 that put the Easter pressure on us, made this a better place to build on, or will we in 2034 face an even bigger backlog than what we previously faced? And asking for the government to come in and to provide extra funding, that would be nice and ideal, but we cannot rely on wishful thinking. We must assume when doing this plan that the current funding model, the current government funding is what we're going to get. That's what we've got to rely on. I strongly favour doing option 2 to spend the extra few $100 million. I think extra $1 billion and actually do the 30 kilometres a year to actually steady the ship. There is some cost involved. There is the sad reality, but it is a cost that's going to incur at some point either today or some point in the future. We're going to have to bite the bullet and accept that reality, not engage in wishful thinking and kick the can down the road as unfortunately previous councils have. The second point I want to talk about is the development contributions policy. I do outline in length at my submission how that the negative impacts it will have. I'm not going to repeat them all here, but it does serve as basically increasing the cost of building new houses, and the increase in cost of new houses will flow on to the wider housing market, and also by reducing the number of houses built, also reduce the amount of rental accommodation, increasing rents, and thus putting the cost of the housing crisis, unfortunately, we have quite a serious one, go mostly towards the poorest and most disadvantaged citizens of our community, which also tend to be younger, more Maori, more Pacific and ethnic minority, and also actually financially benefit. A lot of the student segments of our community tend to be the more white elderly, actually benefit their house price going up. And also because the development contributions are loaded onto the valley floor, it's going to discourage development of the valley floor and spread it out to other areas where I very strongly feel that we should focus all the development on the valley floor because of the proximity to the CBD, proximity to the train lines and stuff, and not in Wainui or the more further flung areas. So I do think if we are to increase development contributions, have a set urban right and set rural right instead of having separate areas for valley floor, Stokes Valley, Wainui as the current model. So any questions?
That is a fantastic submission. I think you have touched on the heart of so many issues we are grappling with. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I might add that I do actually openly challenge the growth pays for growth model and do outline why I disagree with it, which I think hasn't been attacked enough actually. So yeah.
Thank you. We'll open up for questions. Councillor Parkin.
Question on that. If you don't approve of growth pays for growth, but you're also saying that we shouldn't put on the demands on the future generations in terms of our assets, do you not see that those two are actually doing the same thing? If you'd have growth pays for growth, then the people who are putting in the new demand are actually paying for that asset. If we don't do that, we're putting that cost on future ratepayers.
Okay, I haven't thought too much about the contradiction, but I do actually I'd actually argue that the cost should be spread across the entire ratepayer community for the growth actually, because as I say in my submission, I don't actually think the benefits of the growth occur just to the new residents. They can actually occur to the existing community, existing businesses and stuff. Like having extra people in the hut actually does mean like extra people spending at restaurants, extra money, cafes, all kinds of businesses, like easier for us to find staff and thing. So if you do want to assess growth, pay for growth, you can maybe say maybe some of the growth can be paid for growth, maybe some existing, it can be some sort of split. So, cool, thanks.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Really appreciate you taking the time. Okay, next up we did have Marion, who was unable to make it. So we have put Bruce, slotted you in, Bruce. So we're glad we've been able to do that. Bruce Chase from Avalon Rugby, and do we have a page number? Is any? No. Oh, sorry. There's a paper. Okay, great. Yes, you should have a paper copy there in front of you now. So excellent. Bruce, we've got a total of 5 minutes, and over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora tatou. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak today. I also would like to acknowledge the work that you guys do. That may not get acknowledged very often, but I do want to put it out there, especially over the last couple of days, having to listen to all the submissions, etc. Appreciate that. I'm here to tautoko my sporting colleagues from Taita Cricket and boxing, as well as Lower Hutt football, in regards to the proposed demolition of the buildings in Fraser Park, in which we all use. I did have a long speech, but I think I'm not going to go down that road. You've got the submission there. I just feel that I don't believe that it is the right thing to do in terms of demolition, and the reason for that is because it creates opportunities for our community, and it also, because of what we all do in our community in terms of sporting codes, it enables us to do what we need to do to enhance our sport, and we are very good at that. And by doing this, it's not going to help at all. And I don't believe it's also going to enhance what has been put in the long-term plan in regards to healthy communities and enhancing those communities as well. I would also like to point out that, and it may be a tenuous link, it might be, but this weekend you've got the Phoenix who are playing in the semi-final for the first time in their history, and you've got a lot of Phoenix Academy players who use our facilities, including the gym. Now, that just goes to show what we're doing and how we are contributing to the overall aspect around fitness, participation in our community, and we're doing our job. And I'd like to continue to be able to do that. But by taking those buildings away, it's not going to help. I'd also like to just ask the question around, has there ever been an impact study as to what will happen once you take those buildings away? Now, what are we going to do in terms of alternative arrangements, particularly around the gym? And there's been a lot of money spent in terms of grant money to get those facilities to where they are now, and that was only done a few years ago. So I'm just tired of it. It seems to be that's a continual struggle at Fraser Park to do the things that we are really good at, and it's frustrating. And it just continues to be frustrating. And what I would like to see is we get a positive result and greater support from the council to be able to do what we do, and we are very good at it. That's pretty much me. Hopefully that's landed.
No, thanks, Bruce. Any, Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you, Bruce. I wasn't on the council or very much involved at all in the development of Fraser Park Sportsville, but I understand your club's one of the founding clubs. And
correct.
We're involved in designing the facility there, I assume?
Well, going back to 2017 or pre that, there were some conversations around the design of Fraser Park. Yes, that is correct. We would probably debate the fact that we were listened to in terms of the design. However, I don't want to go back.
That kind of comes to the crux of my question, which is, how did we end up with a facility that, according to your proposal, doesn't have enough changing rooms, enough toilets, enough storage, let alone the gym, which I understand is an issue of itself?
Yep.
How did it happen that all these clubs were involved in envisaging this facility, but it fell so short of what was actually required?
you want my honest answer to that? I don't believe that at the time, and it's historically, right? I'm not saying it's present, that the recommendations or even the thought around what good looks like, which is what we, as part of that consultation, a number of those things were not taken on board. And dare I say, it probably came back down to cost. But now we have I didn't really want to talk about the facility itself, but now we have some issues which I think is contributing to why we are here today. And obviously that's the gym for us. We had to work really, really hard with all the other codes, and we've collaborated really well. And I think also there is an element there where the council did help us. But this shouldn't have happened. And we all know that, but we want to move on. But we don't want to see that the current buildings that are on Fraser Park that have been proposed to be demolished, we don't want to see that because it's only going to make things more difficult.
Thank you, Bruce. Final question, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Bruce. Really quickly, massive hole in council's budget for looking after facilities. I can see the value of that building. Do you think there's any scope for the clubs that are involved with it to take it on if council can't afford to do the work that needs to be done to that building?
There may be a possibility of doing that. Obviously, there's a lot of detail that would need to be discussed before we all decided if that was the way to go. I wouldn't discount that, but there's a lot of conversation that would need to happen first, obviously. Yeah.
Thanks, Bruce.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Ngā mihi. Appreciate it.
Okay. Michael Yates. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you.
Yeah, no worries.
5 minutes.
Hi, thanks for having the opportunity to speak. I'm Mike Yates. I'm from Lower Hutt City Football Club, and we are talking on the same issue that Bruce just spoke about, the demolition of the gym and the changing rooms. I've sent a submission, obviously, so I'm just going to read a bit of a summary of those things. So basically, we're not in support of demolishing the gym, as in the football gym that we currently occupy, that we pay a lease for, and we're not in favour of demolishing the change rooms that sit at either end of the gymnasium. We've had discussions with Hutt City Council, Andrea and Arthur, which have been pretty good discussions around the possibility of divesting the buildings to our club or to Fraser Park Sportsville. And we're really keen to explore this possibility, and we're currently in dialogue with the council on this, but it's sort of been made clear that if we can't meet certain criteria around earthquake strength and also is there asbestos in the buildings, etc., and can we afford to keep it running, insurance, etc., then the default position of the Hutt City Council is demolition, which we obviously don't want to have happen. So we're really keen to have the buildings divested to us. And when I say us, it can be Lower Hutt City Football Club, it can be Fraser Park Sportsville, it can be an amalgamation of all the founding members. It doesn't really worry us. So I guess what supports this is the fact that in the time we have had this gymnasium, which is maybe 15 years or so, you know, we've got a great track record of maintaining the building. We've paid rates in that time. We paid lease to Hutt City Council, which we still do. We paid insurances, paid fire security costs. The building has always had a building WAF up until this point where there's an issue around the changing rooms on either end of the gym. So I guess during the time that the gym has been there, it seems there's been very little money spent on the change rooms at either end of the gymnasium, and I would challenge the fact that it's costing the council a lot of money to run those. I'd need to know the figures, but just from what I've seen has been done or not been done, I wouldn't think there's a lot of cost involved in that. Obviously, there's depreciation, etc., etc. And I guess what would be interesting to know is what is the cost for demolition compared to ongoing maintenance costs. So the changing room space at the southern end has been turned into a weights gym. So this is also earmarked for demolition, which between Lower Hutt City Football Club, Avalon Rugby, and the Wellington Phoenix Academy, we've repurposed this as a weights gym. with weights equipment, which was surplus to requirements from the Nine pool, which was gifted to us from the Hutt City Council, which was very much appreciated. And obviously, this has been it's been a great collaboration between the funding members and the Phoenix Academy in getting this up and running. You know, from transporting it over from Nine pool to getting it all set up and incurring all the costs that go along with that. But that was fine. We now have a great facility which has got some fantastic equipment in there. And the facility is used by local college rugby teams and other Fraser Park Sportville users. And yeah, there are a huge number of the community that are using that outside the founding members. And just a quote from the Phoenix submission, which we sent in with our submission in support of the retention of both sets of buildings. They have some figures on people using it. Each week they have 150 players that pass through the gym 3 times a week, e.g. 450 contacts with the gym per week or 18,000 contacts per year. Part of this building is also used by Taita Cricket for the storage of their cricket covers. So after the completion of the weights gym, Avalon Rugby invited Campbell, yourself, in to have a look at the weights room, and you were pretty astonished to see what had been done, and you thought that it was a particularly positive asset for the community. And there was discussions around how we could get some funding to do a bit more work. This was Avalon Rugby had the discussions with you about getting funding for some improvements to improve the shower facilities to make them user-friendly for both male and female. And you encourage them to look for funding through Mana Energy Trust, which they did, and they were fortunate enough to get some of that funding. So my question, I guess, is if you were encouraging clubs to actively spend money on that building, did we know back then it was going to be demolished or not? I guess that's just an open question. So the current gym is currently used by our club, obviously. When I say gym, I'm not talking about the weights gym. I'm talking about the gym in the middle that's got a football turf in it. And we use that regularly during the season. We have 350 junior members, 3 years to 15, and 150 senior members. We run many programs in there, girls only football, football for all program, which is for people in the community who may not be able to afford to pay for football or pay to play any sports. The Wellington Phoenix Academy also use the indoor turf. Quoting from their written submission, the indoor artificial turf is imperative to us as we are unable to book other outdoor spaces across the city ahead of clubs, school and other sporting codes. Having the gym allows us to have up to 8 teams in the academy and support the development of over 150 players aged 13 to 20 every week. With the impending demolishment of the buildings, we would look closely at the placement of our academy and whether FPS is the right place for us, given the facilities we currently have would no longer be suitable to support holistic player development all year round. And it's also a big loss if they were to move, because a lot of the academy players do coaching for us as a club. It's difficult to get volunteers. They're at the park, and they encourage that as part of their development, not only as a footballer, but as a person. We also share this facility with numerous other sports clubs, such as Nine Football Club. They've got 150 members. More recently, the Stokes Valley Football Club, they have 250 members. Extreme Hip Hop, they have 60 to 100 members. They're using the gym from time to time, and Hutt Valley Softball also use that. It just basically is given the opportunity for people in the community to have access to a space that is safe and is given the opportunity to it gives the opportunity to promote healthy lifestyles and aids in the mental, physical wellness of those that are in need most in our community, and it gives the community the opportunity to develop. As you can see, these buildings are extensively used by local community, and we cannot see that if the buildings are demolished, we cannot see where those current activities will take place. Any thought that the activities and users will be housed at the Rico Centre is pure fantasy, in my opinion, as the facility is already at full capacity. Furthermore, there is no weights gym, noting that when the founding members clubs agreed to be part of FPS, there was supposed to be a weights gym at the facility. The demolition of the change rooms will also result in a severe lack of change of facilities for the ground users, with 4 rugby pitches and 4 football pitches, which may have up to 3 games each on a Saturday. There simply won't be enough changing room facilities. Fraser Park is the biggest park of its kind in the Wellington region, and is such an asset to our local community. Any reductions in amenities at this park, in our opinion, will have a detrimental impact on the sport participation in our local community. And I just want to state for the record that we're in fully supportive of the boxing club's submission as to why they should keep the old cricket club. You know, having conversations with the boxing club and all the founding members, it makes you realise how hard everybody's working on a volunteer basis to bring this kind of to bring these facilities to life with people using them, you know, and it's exhausting trying to fight constantly to have the spaces, to have the money to be able to do this. So yeah, thank you for letting me speak, and I'm sorry I've gone a bit too long.
No, thanks, Michael. I mean, it's an important issue, so I was happy for you to go over. Just to respond, since you mentioned my involvement, and look, I'm more than happy to say that I've supported helping establish that gym site, because I heard from a number of member clubs the frustration that that particular commitment was unable to be met through the process.
Yes.
But at the same time, and I want to be really clear on this, it was eyes wide open that these buildings were always programmed at some point in the future to be for demolition. I would say that our officials, as you mentioned, are willing to work with the clubs to say, well, what can we do with those particular sites? Yep. But I think it's a reasonable, and this is what I want to check with you, a reasonable expectation that all of the costs would be met by those clubs if they were to take it on, and that the building would be kept at a certain standard. And I say that because we are dealing with, without naming names, a number of examples across the city where club rooms have basically been run into the ground, and councils having to potentially step in to help deal with those situations. So we wouldn't want to be in that situation again, particularly given the investment that's gone into Fraser Park as well. So I just wanted to check what your position is on behalf of the football club.
Yeah, well, I think our track record speaks for itself in terms of maintaining that building, and we've spent in the last 4 years 250,000 on putting new guttering, a new floor, a new artificial turf, new lighting. So, you know, we work hard to try and get funding from Class 4 game funding organisations. So we've had a pretty good track record of that in the last 5-6 years. So we do back ourselves to be able to do that. And with the support of the other founding member clubs, I think that we can achieve that. Obviously, I guess the biggest hurdle initially will be, do we make earthquake standard, you know, the 34% threshold? Do we have asbestos in the building? And, you know, what's required if those things need to be addressed, I guess.
Yeah, and I think those are the things, though, that often clubs, you know, don't deal with, and they'll deal with the artificial. But you agree that those things need to be dealt with. We need to have a way forward on those sort of fundamental issues.
That's been made abundantly clear by the council. Yeah.
But you agree, I'm just checking if you agree that those should be addressed as well for us.
Yeah, I think they need to be addressed. Yep. I'm assuming that will be part of the conversation that we've had. So
okay, fine. No, thank you, Councillor Shaw, and then we'll close off.
And I just want to say thanks for the work that you do up there. It's become very clear to us that there's a large number of groups accessing these services. Probably we weren't quite sure about that before, but you've made that very clear. I think you've answered my question, Mayor Barry, about the potential costs to keep the place functioning, and if you're all prepared to work collaboratively around that, that would be a really good thing. So it's good to hear that.
I guess we feel we're in a position where we have to do that, because if we don't, what is the alternative? You know, and that's always... That seems to happen with community clubs all the time, not just around council issues, but with other issues. We accept what's put in front of us and we just deal with it. You know, regardless of whether we're volunteers or whatever we are, we just get on with it because we're so committed to providing that kind of work in the community. And we definitely are passionate, but I tell you, it is exhausting trying to work through all these issues to be able to enjoy your football, enjoy your rugby. You know, it becomes almost secondary to why you do it, if that makes sense, you know. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you all for what you do.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Appreciate your time and your candour.
Okay, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Sally Ann Smith.
Hello. Sorry, I've never done this before.
No, you're good.
A bit nervous.
5 minutes, go for it.
Okay, I am making this submission to restore Petone Wharf project, because it is very important to me, and I, like many others, like locals, visitors, tourists, we all love the wharf. But I want Petone Wharf to be saved and fully restored, and once restored and even upgraded, it could bring so much business and visitors to the area. My daughter lives in Blackpool and in England, and there's numerous piers And they've all, you know, they all bring hundreds of visitors a day. So it could be really good, even if it costs, like, but on a personal note, I am dealing with mental health issues due to abusive past. I emigrated to New Zealand in 2009, which was a big thing for me, leaving all my family and my daughter behind. But I am now a citizen. But getting back to the point, Petone Pier has been my safe place. I am a suicide survivor. Sorry. And Petone Pier is my safe place, where I sit, relax, people watch. And I'm just pleading to you to save it, please. And it is a heritage listed building. The council deciding this decision are people too, with families. So I urge you to make the right decision, please. If not for my mental health, then for others. There must be a way forward.
Thank you, Sally Ann.
Thank
and
you.
Thank you for sharing that very personal reflection as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, Karen. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've always said to Mike that there's never enough about Petone in the annual plans or long-term plans. So you can imagine my surprise opening up the consultation document and there was a whole section on Petone. In future, I'll be careful what I wish for. I am a proud Petone resident. I absolutely love my village and its history. I feel so lucky to have lived there my whole life. But I wonder, do you know how lucky you are to be the council with New Zealand's most historic village? When Petone amalgamated with Lower Hutt in 1989, it was our understanding as residents that the Hutt City Council would look after Petone's infrastructure and its historic features. In many of your publications, all publicity about Lower Hutt, Petone features strongly. Yet, do we see the same level of investment in looking after these assets? It was also our understanding a number of years ago that the wharves in Days Bay and Petone would be refurbished, but the one at Rona Bay and Eastbourne would be demolished. So how does Eastbourne, only a 5 or 10 minute walk to Days Bay and with a small population, get a new wharf, but Petone, with the longest beach on Wellington Harbour, a much larger population and in a central location to both the Hutt Valley and Wellington, not? We were also told the council was putting aside money for maintaining Petone Wharf once refurbished. I'm not sure who or what to believe anymore. Scarf. Right, now wearing my other scarf. The one thing I love is watching sport in Petone, especially rugby and cricket. Sometimes I feel I've lived half my life at Petone Rec. Since the late 1800s, Petone has been known as the cradle of champions. There is no greater thing than watching sports or events at the Rec. Going up into the grandstand, away from the wind and rain, means we can support our sports players or those events, no matter what the weather is. Watching from the sideline is not a great option when there are a large number of people gathered, next to a lot of tall people, especially when you're our height, when you're a little bit older, and in bad weather. Isn't that right, Ref? Any new stand that's uncovered and only a few seats high, in my view, would be a decrease, or see a decrease in the number of people watching sport at the Rec. Have all the options been explored? Have council officers looked at other grounds in New Zealand of similar size to Petone, to Petone Rec, to see what their grandstands are like? I feel that the easy option is to demolish the grandstand, or at least demolish the seating and leave it at that. To me, that is not an option. Regarding paid parking, as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What are you trying to do? Raise revenue or control parking? Also, what is a guarantee is that What guarantee is that any revenue gathered will be actually used for Jackson Street? I cannot reiterate enough how detrimental and unfair this will be for businesses, for their workers, for Petone residents and visitors to our great village. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for Karen? Can I just ask one question, Karen, as someone who is, really on the ground? I think one thing, a challenge for us to grapple with is the just really significant conflicting views from people across Petone and the Hut around what we should do in Petone. Like, it just feels like there is a lot of different views in how we tackle this. I mean, can you give us any thoughts, reflections sort of on that and how we sort of grapple?
Which part?
Well, I think just with the wharf, there's a number of people who absolutely agree with we need to save it if it can be done for 6 mil, and evidence is suggesting it's likely to be north. We're not really getting an understanding of where people's threshold is on.
But is there any evidence that demolishing it would also cost 6 million? Because I'm thinking by the time you would get round to doing that after probably risk consent and maybe, court costs if there was if we were going to be opposing it. I mean, demolition maybe in 2-3 years' time could go way up
without going
as well.
into the detail, I suppose we've got that. Then we've got varying views on the grandstand. We've got really significantly varying views on the library. There just seems to be lots of, there's no clarity. Like when we've done sort of these major works in Nainai and Wainuiomata, there's a bit more clarity in kind of what the community is asking us to do or what they support and what they don't support. There just seems to be a lot of mixed messages.
After the 4 meetings that the JSP held, after also we talk, because for those that don't know, I work for the Jackson Street program, but I am a lifelong Petone resident. I talk every day to visitors and tourists to Petone. That's what I do, and part of my job, and in the Old Jail Museum. There is no conflict about paid parking. I haven't met one person yet that is in support of it, whether that's a local or a visitor or a business on the street, and I've talked to probably 90% of the businesses. There's no conflict there. The library, well, it'd be fantastic to have a new building, but we could actually save some money by just actually refurbishing the building. So there's a saving there of probably quite a few millions of dollars. About the wharf, well, yeah, there's not a lot of people in Petone that I would say that would want to demolish it. They might be new people to Petone, but when you get people that have lived there a long time or have used the wharf, like my family always used it for fishing, since my mum and dad brought in 1957 in Petone. I haven't met a lot of people that really want to see it demolished. Not in Petone. It's not like I've gone out and consulted with the whole of the Lower Hutt area, but I think consistently what I have seen every day on Jackson Street is definitely no to paid parking. And I know I might be different to what, say, some of the JSP board members say, but definitely residents, most residents do not want to see it the wharf demolished.
No, thank you. I know that was a tricky question to ask you, but I think I'm just interested in your view as someone who's really on the ground. So thank you. We will move to Mike. Great.
Thank you, everyone. I thought I'd bring a different Karen with me this time around. Having listened to your discussion so far, and knowing that you all will have read in depth all the submissions, particularly as they relate to Petone, I'd just like to add some highlights and perhaps also be slightly more blunt than I can when I'm wearing my official hat. So forgive me if I do that. I mentioned this morning, one of the things that perplexed me and annoyed me was the confusion with the grouping of options for the Petone assets, which raised doubts in my mind about the subsequent analysis of the submissions as presented. And for example, when I was reading some of the submissions, they might indicate, for example, that they supported option 2 for the Petone assets. But when you read further down, they then went on to say, but I want to save the wharf and I would like to use this method or that method. And then they might have commented on the library or the grandstand. So in fact, there were, within some submissions, there seemed to be a number of different opinions, but on the topmost line, it might have said, I support option 2. So I thought there could be a lot of confusion when you take into account the various other methods that people have used to comment, be it Facebook submission or in person. It does leave that question you raised, Your Worship, about some confusion. But as I said this morning, and I reiterated and I made clear in my submission, to my mind, the feedback that I heard and what I personally believe, and I know Karen believes, is the options are quite clear, and that was simply no paid parking, an enhanced library space without the need for complete demolition, thereby saving money, and not duplicating the potential facilities of the community house and all the things it does so well across the road, and saving the wharf, and looking at the options for saving the wharf in depth, in detail, to make sure the right decision is made. One of the things I noticed, and you presumably will have seen too, that a lot of people have believe that there's a perception of a predetermined outcome for some of the issues. And we've seen it in Wellington just recently, particularly in the Wadestown community and the backlash there about what was intended for some of their assets. I fear the same thing's happening, certainly in Petone, that there is a feeling that some decisions are predetermined and the facts can be moved around to suit, and we certainly don't want to see that. One thing just quickly on the grandstand, and I have raised it previously, there's always that variation in engineers' reports and earthquake ratings and total confusion on that. So I really do think that option of a renewal with a lightweight roof and just enhancing it without complete demolition would be good. My final point, and perhaps the blunt point, is whatever decisions you make on these Petone issues, but particularly the wharf and particularly the paid parking, will come at a political cost. And it could be said it could go either way. But in my opinion, let's be very frank here, Petone voters, and I know one in particular, will have a very long-term memory on these subjects, and the decisions you make on those two in particular, the wharf especially, and paid parking to a slightly lesser extent, I'm not forgetting the others, but particularly those two, will be remembered come election time. So you've got to factor that in, and particularly the citywide councillors, what you vote on those issues and how you've engaged and your position will be noted and remembered. And please don't take that as a threat. I'm just telling you what will happen in Petone, and I suggest in the wider city. And unfortunately, putting my political hat back on again, that's one of the consequences we face. I can live with my views because I believe, not only are they my views, but I do believe it reasonably reflects the feeling of the Petone public, to come back to your question to my wife, your worship. So yes, thank you very much for your time and good luck making some of those decisions.
Councillor Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mike. Obviously, you're submitting as an individual, but you wear multiple hats. And one of those hats is actually as a member of the working group for the Petone project. And so just want to dive into your comments around there's a feeling of predetermination with these projects. And hopefully you've been challenging that yourself as a member that's been involved from the get-go and actually forming our ideas and thinking for many more months before the consultation. And so just curious to hear from you around, obviously, your total involvement in this process and kind of even acknowledging potentially that even in the working group, there wasn't that kind of singular view, as the Mayor's alluded to earlier as well, and what you've been doing to kind of demystify the reality that people may be having in their mind at the moment around predetermination of an outcome.
Nice, easy question. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Briggs. You're right. I have been involved for a long time, both wearing the board hat, the Petone 2040 hat, and on the steering group for the Petone issues. And I guess it comes back to, and at the risk of repeating myself, one of the things I said this morning, it's just the feeling that you're not getting all the information you need in order to make a well-balanced decision. So based on the information we had available and listening and being aware of the feelings in the community. That's where we were basing the Petone Steering Group's views on the particular projects and like Saving Wharf, for example. I just draw on the environment, I guess, that we are in, not just here, but as I said, in Wellington, and that scepticism that the general public has, and just highlighting the fact that they're picking up on that and commenting on it. And the last thing we want is for decisions made by this council in these difficult environments to be tarred with that brush. If the public can see that we've got all the facts, we know exactly what paid parking in Petone is going to cost, we know all the disadvantages, we know all the perceived benefits. It was done, A, either for revenue gathering, or B, to control parking flow in there. Then people will be comfortable, or slightly more comfortable, if you like, with the decisions you make. And then, as I say, a balance at the end, you're still going to have to carry the political can for it, as might I. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Karen. Okay, next we have Penny Martel. And we have representatives from Sacred Heart Petone.
Good afternoon. I'm Penny Martel from Sacred Heart Petone. I'm one of our teachers here, and I've 3 students who would like to talk about your proposal to cut the funding for the science kits, which you've kindly been funding for the last 9 years. So these students have had access to the science kits for their whole schooling. So they would like to talk to you about how they feel about science kits and why they think you should continue to part fund them for us.
Hello, members of the Hutt City Council, Mayor Campbell Barry, and others. My name is Lauleni, and I am a Year 8 student of Sacred Heart Petone School. Today, I want to discuss the proposal of removing the funding of the Hutt Science Kits. Firstly, I would like to thank you for funding our science kits for the last 9 years. I have been privileged to be able to use the science kits for my entire schooling. This was an interesting and fun way to get involved with, to learn and get involved with science. Having this program in my school has enabled me to have hands-on experience that I would not have had otherwise received. It has given me a much clearer view of what is involved in science and enabled me to be involved and learn in a positive and fun way. As well as that, it is also important for students to see and test what they are learning about, all of which the Hutt Science Kits have been doing for years. One of the many good things about the science kits is that everyone can get their own experiment or part of an experiment, so everyone is involved and working together. As well as that, the students get feedback all the time, and since the students can follow the instructions, the teacher can check in with any student's progress and help out. Because of this, the students slowly become less and less reliant on the teacher and more confident in what they are doing and learning. This program has strengthened science education in our school and given us a much clearer view of students' outcomes and progress through the different levels of a student's education. By doing science regularly, we will see an increase in students who are interested in science and becoming the engineers and scientists of tomorrow. As I have said before, this is something that the science kits have already been doing for many years. I strongly believe that by moving the funding of this program, it will disadvantage the upcoming students who will miss out on the positive benefits that this program has had on many other students learning science like myself. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope my speech has not been in vain.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Hutt Science Kits. My name is Mila, a Year 6 student from Sacred Heart Petone. I am speaking to you because we are concerned you are going to cancel funding for our science kits. We know that there is a big issue with water pipes and many other expenses. Some examples are roading, public transport, public buildings, parks, and many more. These are all very important, but our learning is important too. The Education Review Office says experience is critical to learning, and we agree. We don't have all the resources to do experiments off a video. The Hut Science Kits provide fun, hands-on activities for us to try. ERA has advised that we need to increase the breadth of science experiences offered. However, the Hut City Council is proposing to take resources away from us. My friend who goes to a different school also uses the Hut Science Kits. I asked for her opinion, and this is what she said. She said she likes the Hut Science Kits because it's fun to do with friends, and she likes finding out new things and trying new experiments. We had a look at the latest Program for International Student Assessment, PISA results, and the 2022 results have gone down since 2018. Science has gone from a score of 530 to 504. In 2002, the mathematics results were at around 530. However, in 2022, they have gone all the way down to 480. Another reason is the current issues we are facing. As citizens, we need to participate in preventing climate change. As adults, if we don't understand science, how can we participate in discussions of current scientific issues? How will we understand such issues that concern us without a good basis in science? 3 recent studies, National Education Monitoring Project, Competent Children, Competent Learners, and Staying in Science Project, show that interest in science is declining. We need to engage in science from a primary level for an improved outcome in high school. The studies showed that students resent the lack of opportunity to discuss, reflect, offer opinions, ask questions, or be creative. However, when we are using the Hut Science Kits, we need to be independent while also discussing with our group. And we also need to be patient and observe. So we are given opportunities to understand and discuss at our own pace, rather than just be given the answers. Without a good science program in schools, how will kids of our generation ever become a scientist, an astronomer, a veterinarian, or a plumber, for example? You can't fix the leaks you need to fix without a plumber. I firmly believe that we need these science kits. Do you want flying cars in the future? Well, you're not getting them without science. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mila.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Fletcher and I am a Year 6 student at Sacred Heart Petone. I am here today to speak to you about why the Hut C Science Kits funding should be continued in primary school. In preparation for this speech, I read several reports, including one by the Education Report Office, that stated only 27% of NZ schools had effective science programs for Year 5 to 8 students. Some of the important things highlighted in these reports were: children aren't being given enough opportunities to explore and understand the world around them through science education. There is a lack of confidence and knowledge by primary teachers to deliver science, and more support is needed to teachers and principals. Currently, very little time is allocated to science in primary school. It is my experience that children need resources to support science learning. Practical experiments in school help to engage students and get them excited about science. Not all students in New Zealand get the opportunity to learn science, but with the Hut C Science Kits, all school children in the Hut can. Research shows that science is more popular at high school as students have already developed an interest at primary school. Resources like the kits help to make the science more engaging. They help science education to be organised and build our knowledge. Some of the positive experience I have had using the science kits is learning about different types of volcanoes, aerodynamics through building aerofoils, learning about heat conduction, rubbish and recycling, growing and farming plants, milk production, animal anatomy and digestion, pulleys and mechanics, and many more fun activities that helped me connect with others and my environment through practical activities and group work. Having a clear, engaging science curriculum through the Hut C Science Kits helps support teachers and give all students in Hut primary schools a great introduction to science. I believe that the science kits are invaluable resources to support this and hope you will continue funding them. Thank you for your time today. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much. We've got a minute and a half if there's any questions that councillors have for our students. Councillor Brown.
Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi nui ki tō kōrerotia I tēnei hui naenei. Well done, tamariki mā. That was so articulate and so clear about what you're asking for, backed up by evidence and with a real passion, particularly highlighting things that are important to you now, but also for the future, and that these science kits are supporting that. So a huge congratulations. I was meant to be asking a question. I know I can't look that way because I'm going to get told off, but I couldn't help but thank you. And we've had 2 full days, and there's some things that are really memorable, and that was very memorable. So kia ora.
I'll let you off, councillor, because it was very well said, and I agree with every word you said. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you so much, Petone Sacred Heart School. Wonderful students to come in and talk. My question is, if council cannot fund them, would you be happy for us to source it from somewhere else? I'm thinking it's the kits you want, not necessarily the funding behind it, but as long as you get the kits, yeah?
Yes, but also without the funding, we won't have the kits. So that's why if you don't give us funding, we're not going to have the kits.
I reckon you should just come sit up here now and take over. No, so very good. No, thank you so much. Well done. And really take your submissions on board for us to obviously make an important decision there as well. Thank you. Well done. Okay. Ailsa Webb. Great. Wilford School.
Should I sit here as I'm speaking? When we're starting. Do you know when we're starting? Now? Miss Webb now?
Hang on, wait a minute. You ready? So you're going second, eh? Kia ora whānau. Thank you very much for making time for us this afternoon. We know that you have a very heavy schedule, as a number of people have reminded us. Kia ora, my name is Ailsa Webb. I am a teacher, a kaiako from Te Kura o Wilford School, down in the wonderful, wonderful Petone, as we've just heard about. I've got 3 students who would just like to share their thoughts with you around the wharf. I agree with our mayors that there has been some issues around clarity. I can assure you this afternoon that this school is clear on our perspective around the wharf. Yeah.
Kia ora ora.
Sit forward.
Yeah. Kia ora o koutou and hello. My name is Carter. I'm 11 years old and I'm in here to talk about why we need to save the Petone Wharf ASAP. If you keep leaving it unmaintained, it's going to rot away because of earlier decisions. And that would be heartbreaking to destroy the wharf when it would be cheaper to repair it. My brothers and I used to spend our summers on the wharf. And if there was a natural disaster in the Hutt Valley, the wharf could be used as a meeting point for the transport of materials. The presence of the wharf would help the community to bring materials to rebuild it and could also be used for bringing food. Thank you for listening to my story, and please consider what I have said. The wharf is a community asset and worth saving. Thank you.
Kora, talofa lava and greetings. My name is Benji Vinu and I am 11 years old. I believe that Petone Wharf should be saved because our communities fish from it. We rely on it for food. People have wedding photos on the wharf. It creates good memories for families. The wharf is a place where people can exercise when they use the beach. When I grow up, I want my children to use the wharf as I have. I want you to save Petone Wharf so that when we grow up, it is there for our families. Don't throw away history for poor decisions made before we were born. Please consider my message to you today. Thank you for listening to me and our school. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, my name is Lucy and I'm 11 years old. For nearly all my life, I've grown up here in Petone. I'm here to tell you why Hutt City Council should repair and reopen the wharf. Some of you may know, but there have been over 4,200 signatures from the petitions to apply pile-medic and repair the wharf. Pile-medic laminates are used to build a stay-in-place form around a column, creating a space that can be filled with concrete, aquatate and reinforced bars. Pile-medic will help turn the wharf back into its former glory and make it safe to do more manus. The pile-medic will cost no more than $6 million to apply, but demolishing the wharf will cost over $6 million to do. Thank you for your time here with me today. Kia ora and ngā mihi. Please make the right decision for us. We are your future citizens in the Hutt Valley. On behalf of Te Kura o Wilford, ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much. And anything you would like to present to us as well, I'm happy to take. So if there is these items which we can do as well. So actually,
additional posters and messages of support for the position that they've taken. So we're very happy to hand that over in whatever the right format is here this afternoon. But thank you so much for your time. We know that you'll make the right decision. We know it's not an easy one, but yeah, ngā mihi to my children for coming along this afternoon. They were actually quite nervous. I assured them that none of you would bare your teeth. Also, just want to I'm going to put in a quick plug. It's not on the list. I'm going to say that on behalf of our school community too, the science kits, we have evidence to show the difference that it has made in our school community. Having been involved in some of the technology work that has happened in and around council previously, I can assure you that that funding will be put to good use. Our children here are your citizens of tomorrow, and if you link that to the strong technology base that we have across the Hutt Valley, it makes not just economic sense but social sense. It's a good social investment for the future. And also for the careers of our tamariki that sit in front of us today. So I would advocate that off the record and off the cuff here, but our science kits we need to retain those, we need to fund them, and they need to be in our Hutt Valley schools. Ngā mihi. Kia ora.
thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And Okay, next up we have Pam Henner, the Save Petone Wharf Group. And we have the presentation as well. Oh, notes are on the table. Yep. Okay, welcome Roger, welcome Alex as well.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor Campbell and councillors. Ko Pam Henner aho, and with me is Roger Blackley and Alex Voutratsis, and apologies from Sylvia Allen, who's holidaying somewhere in South America. Congratulations to Wolford School. I think this is the second time round that Wolford School has presented on the wharf. I think they did a lot of work also back in 2000 and I can't remember which year, but it's quite a few years ago. So second time round for them. Now, how do we, oh, here's the thing. Is that right? So we have a few slides to share with you. We've had very strong citywide support for saving the wharf, not just Petone, but across the whole of the Hutt Valley. And we support repairing, not refurbishing the wharf. What we are proposing is not a rebuild, which seems to be what full refurbishment means. So what we want is immediate strengthening and opening, plus the wharf being brought up to full strength as quickly as possible, with everything that needs repairing repaired. We'll just see if this goes forward. It's how you hold your tongue. Oh, it is. So councillors will have a copy of the Rock Bond proposal, which shows two cost breakdowns. The first one is for around 5.5 million, and it enables repair of all the elements that currently need that repairing so it can be open for public use. And half of that cost would be to do with piles approximately, and half to do with deck and stringers and cross bracing and the other structural elements. And then the second cost breakdown is for around 9 million, and that's full strengthening of the wharf and its structural integrity for the long term. And the proposal is not an incremental proposal unless that is the approach council chooses to take. All the repairs in the cost breakdown too could be done over around a 6-month period, and only a very minor maintenance budget would be needed after that. And I'll hand over to Roger to speak.
Kia ora mai tātou. Yes, my slide is a comparison of two types of technology that you are being presented with at this hearing. On the left is what is called FRP, or fibre reinforced polymer jackets. It's an old technology. It's been going since the 1980s. You are going to hear this afternoon, I understand, from Francis O'Reilly of GK Shaw, and and I've seen his paper, which is on your website. He will tell you that left-hand side photo is what was used on the Rona Bay Wharf, and also used in the strengthening of the Porirua Wharf in 2021. So those piles that you see there are from the Petone Wharf, and you'll see at the top of each pile there's a section of wood, and then there's the jacket which is put around the wood. And the technology for FRP is you get a fibre reinforced polymer jacket which is bolted together, and then the grout's poured in either side of within the gap between the pile and the jacket. The shortcoming of that technology is that where you bolt these two jackets together, you get a weakness in the cured concrete. And sorry, can we go back?
Oh, sorry.
So you get a weakness in the cured concrete. If you look at that left-hand end pile, you'll see going down the grey section of the grout, you'll see a line, a dark line, which is a line of weakness. It goes on down through the marine growth area, but you can't see the line very well. That is an issue because that is a point of weakness which would allow ingress of water and oxygen, which are the conditions which a marine borer can eat away at the centre of the pile with this technology. The right-hand picture is Pile Medic, which is a patented system which Rock Bond is the only company in New Zealand that has that licence to use. So you can see it on the right-hand side there. The diagram is showing how you've got a pile in the middle. You wrap a super laminate around the outside of the pile, and then grout is poured down in the gap between the pile and the laminate. And what you finish up with is a product which has this very strong, impervious, waterproof laminate right around the whole thing, and that stays there permanently. So there's a major difference between what the two technologies, even though your committee paper doesn't identify that. So the slide, this one shows you that the new pile medic technology is superior to the old FRP jackets. The new technology was developed in the last decade. In many ways, it deals with and fixes the problems with the old technology, the FRP jacket. So the benefits of it are it has greater strength under vertical and earthquake loading. It has a lower cost because the super laminate eliminates the need for hoop reinforcing or false work. Pilematic has greater corrosion protection, as I showed in that previous slide, and Pilematic allows rapid repairs and reduced construction time. Those are all significant benefits of the Pilematic system, and they are the reason why we are recommending you use the new technology, Pilematic. And that is why the rock bond proposal can deliver a repair for the Petone Wharf for half the cost of the FRP proposal, the same cost as the cost of demolition of the Petone Wharf, and the wharf can be available to the community to enjoy for the next 30 to 50 years.
There's always been strong support for saving the wharf, straight from 2017 with the petition of over 2,200 people. In fact, there was numerous councillors from around this table who have advocated for saving the wharf since then. And there was strong community support as well in 2021 LTP. We've got over 6,800 who've signed our petition, both online and in physical hard copy. And our hard copy petitions show that approximately 30.5% are from the Harbour Ward and 41.5% from wider Lower Hutt and another 22% from the Wellington region. And I guess that kind of shows the importance that this asset has, not just for Petone or Lower Hutt, but for the Wellington region. I guess it also kind of symbolises the importance of the foreshore as an asset that actually attracts people to Lower Hutt as well, when you're looking at that 22% from the wider Wellington region. And also, you know, we had hundreds of attend our April community walk as well. So in terms of next steps, you know, we recommend that the council stops its proposals to demolish the Petone Wharf for environmental and public amenity reasons. And we want the council to agree to invest in repairing repairing Petone Wharf. And we'd also like, I appreciate there's a lot of conjecture around at the moment, so I think what the best thing to do is for the council to commission a specialist marine engineering firm, and I repeat the word specialist, to undertake an up-to-date report on the state of Petone Wharf as soon as possible. Then you're able to make some objective, rational decisions from there. If the council doesn't fund this report, us as a group are willing to fundraise and pay for the report. And just to conclude, Rock Bond can repair the Petone Wharf at a lower cost than councillors have been told would cost to demolish, and over 6,800 have signed our petition. So we urge you to listen to your local community. Thank you.
And as well as getting a specialist marine engineering report, it would be good if council actually approached, say, 3 firms, Rock Bond and GK Shaw being 2 of them, to put forward detailed repairs costings. So that's a strengthening methodology for each section of the wharf, because that's your other conundrum, really. And yeah, who knows, they may end up all working together, but the important thing is to save the wharf. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the submission and acknowledging all of the hours and days and weeks that you would have put into the work that you have done on this as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Now, it's my job to be devil's advocate, okay? So I just want to make that really clear in some of the comments or questions I make, or ask, I should say. The big one, which I'm really struggling with, so I want to address it up front. Roger, in the Hutt News or in the Post, and it's repeated again in your submission, you say The local engineering firm has said they could restore the wharf, including piles and deck work, to a safe strength for a total cost of between 5 and 6 million, and can guarantee that it will cost no more than 6 million. Are you saying to us that Rock Bond are giving a guarantee that that is the case? Because that's quite a significant thing to say and to put out to our community through this process.
Oh, well, thank you for the question. Yes, Rock Bond are saying that they could guarantee no more than $6 million, and they've laid out two options.
Are you sure? Because I have
yes.
not. Well,
can I just finish my answer?
But that's quite a significant thing to say. So you're saying they will guarantee that?
No, can I please? There are two options, which was in the Rock Bond paper that came to councillors. One is to repair all of the piles and other members that currently need restoring, not to restore things that don't need restoring right now. That would cost $5.5 million. All right. Then they said that if council wants to bring forward future investment, that's not actually needed now, but you could do that, bring forward future investment to deal with all the pile repairs and other repairs that you may need in the next 30 years, then that would be $9 million. That's the two options there. But what they're saying is they guarantee no more than $6 million to repair all of the problems that currently exist in the wharf and get it back to safe use.
I've read the same report, and it does not provide a guarantee. So that is quite. I just want to be really clear. It does not. So, and we will check with Rock Bond. But are you saying, this is quite important from a credibility point of view, are you saying that they are guaranteeing it?
So I asked them specifically that question, and Jeremy Luff, the managing director, said, yes, we will provide a guarantee no more than $6 million.
We can take that away then. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, open it up. Questions. Councillor Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar on the petition, and thank you for the work that you have done with the community. And so my understanding is that the signatories have signed it because it's going to cost less than to demolish. And so if to repair or refurbish costs more than demolish, where does that kind of put the petition and the support behind it? And are the petitioners comfortable with that cost escalation for repair or refurbish being beyond 6 million or more?
Yeah, again, it comes back to the getting it safe to be open for use, and that should be, the 5.5 makes that possible under 6 million or around 6 million.
Thanks, Pam. And so, but if that costs more than that in reality, are the petitioners comfortable with the cost increase?
I would imagine they would be. They're very, a lot of the comments, if you take your time to read those too with the petition, they're very strong about saving the wharf. It's really important to people, and you've heard some people here today even submitting in that vein.
I made us one more to get clarity. So the Safe Petone Wharf Group as an entity, is there an upper limit that you see as being appropriate to get it to the standard you've just described?
We understand that for all the work that would need to be, could need to be done, including the head, that the nearly 9 million should suffice for that. But I think, the wharf is such an icon, 12 million would be okay, really. It doesn't all have to be done now, but the immediate need is for around the 6 million. To get the whole thing open, and the rest could be budgeted or done in chunks as money becomes available, when water pipes are better paid for by central government or something good like that.
I'll just quickly add is that your 10-year budget total is over $3.5 billion. So what we're asking for is a mere decimal point of that total budget. And I appreciate that there is a lot of work and you have a lot of trade-offs involved in those investment decisions that you need to make. I take on board what the Mayor said before, but at the same time, if you look at your total quantum of budget, what we're asking for the wharf is a minuscule amount. And so, I take on board comments around, 300, 400,000, but in the quantum of things, that's a very small amount in a very large 10-year budget.
I just further to those comments, I think it's important to make the distinction between what the $5.5 million covers and what the $9 million cover. So the $5.5 million is repair of all of the piles and other members that require repair now. The $9 million.
Roger, we do have these options quite clearly for councillors, so we don't need to go through them. Is there any other questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, just on that note, did want to clarify what it is that your request is in terms of money and outcomes, because there were two options presented to us, and we have seen them, and they were discussed in your slideshow as well. And in the presentation there, there was a statement made that you'd like to see all the things that need repairing repaired. The options that are up on the side on the screen, the left-hand one, the cheaper one, talked about repairing priority piles. The other one talked about repairing necessary piles. So to say you'd like to see all the things that need repaired, that actually sounds like the $9 million option. And when you guys came here in February, you did ask for $9 million over 10 years, but your recommendation today is asking for 6.
Well, yes and no. I mean, one of the council options in its consultation document is 10.2 to demolish the wharf and create a headstone and a viewing platform. Yeah. So, I mean, maybe you do have that money available, and that would do all the repairs, so that then there's only a minuscule amount of maintenance necessary forever after that.
Yeah.
Is one
maybe
possibility.
We do, but my question to you is, what is your request of us today? Is it
the
$6
million immediately, and then the further work being done down the track.
$9 million, yeah. And that's described by Rockbond, I think, as getting the complete wharf strengthened to a 25+ year design.
Yeah, it'd be 30+ for piles,
Yeah, that's not what your paper here said, but that's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Parkin.
Kia ora. Thank you for all the work and thank you for the presentation. Earlier today we had another member of the public present about the idea of separating the head of the wharf and the spine, doing the full repairs on the spine and just leaving the head of the wharf alone. What's your feeling on that?
That would have been Alan Hall, I believe, and $1 million to get the spine open, which is probably feasible. But the head of the wharf, I think, that's part of the whole importance of the wharf to people, is the actual length and the head of it. That's where all the fishing and everything, a lot of things take place. So we think that with the Rockbond newer technology, the whole head can be saved as well. That would be our preference.
Okay, no other final questions? Obviously, this is a big decision, so I'm happy to, Councillor Tupu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just listening to the children come and submit and speak to the wharf, I don't know whether they would be able to make that distinction. They obviously want to save the wharf in its entirety, perhaps. So is that? I may be repeating this in another way. Would that be the preference of the Save Petone Wharf group?
Yeah. Even the $6 million would be to repair everything. The main repair would be on the head. The main cost of that $5.56 million would be on the head, where most of the work needs to be done. The approach part is not too bad. GK Shaw, I believe, did work there in 2021. There's not that much that needs immediately doing on that approach part. It's the head that's the part that needs the major work.
Thank you. We'll wrap up there. Just finally, can I just say that with all of the submissions that have come back, and there's been questions about people ticking options and making comments, we have gone through all those comments and we have certainly picked up on some of the things that other submitters have raised. Really appreciate the amount of information that you've been able to gather and the engagement you've got from the local community. This is something which we are taking very seriously, and I just want to reassure you of that. To look at obviously all the options that are on the table and a way forward. So just want to give you that reassurance that we're taking this very seriously.
Thank you for that, Mayor Campbell. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Brian Hill. Brian. Is Brian here? Yes, Brian, welcome. Thank you for patiently waiting, Brian. Cool. So total of 5 minutes. Thanks, Brian.
Well, I'm one of those ones 80 years ago that was on the wharf trying to catch the fish from it. I think I was 10 years old then, so you can tell how old I am now. But I strongly support the salvaging, the repairs, everything that's needed and has been proposed in a little more upmarket method than what, as a retired builder, that I would have thought about would be possible. But I know for a fact that throughout a lot of the wharves and everything throughout the country, where new piles are needed, the heavy-duty poles from the pine trees are being used for that repair work, or new wharves or anything there like that. That is the common item now used. The big pine poles with a heavy-duty tannelised treatment that they have got. My other thing that I have, everyone seems to be concentrating on the piles and the work done. I would like to think that we're looking at, if we were looking at demolition, we're looking at the whole of the Hutt Valley with no ability to be able to travel on our new ferry that's in the harbour, and the builder of that facility has indicated he's making 2 slightly smaller ones. I mean, this is fantastic to me for tourism and everything of that particular nature. You can't have a ferry come to Petone Beach if there is no wharf. You can't get any of the thousands of people have the privilege of being able to travel around the harbour, and tourism, of course, is a great money earner in this day and age, and we should be encouraging those sort of things to happen as much as they can. This is not a one-off repair. I would imagine that this could be done over several years. It's taken several years to get to this stage, and where an awful amount of the repair work could have been completed by now. There's probably everything to do with the wharf has probably come with that description from the previous speaker. And so I would like to move on a little bit to the library. This is really, really annoying for a building contractor to find that about 10 years ago, we had the announcement that it had a leaky roof. And only a few months ago, that same report was repeated. We've got a leaky roof. We'll either have to demolish and build a new one. This is unreal, absolutely unreal. We've got lots of very, very good roofers in the Hutt Valley and Petone. That's who are needed to look and give quotes, repair the roof. No problem. We do not need a new library. I would imagine that, in my opinion, the 40 million estimate for it would be way, way out of what its true value would be, simply because to demolish the old one, hasn't been any estimate of that cost. But the present library is a timber building. A new library would have to be concrete building because of the fact that whoever dreamed up having apartments on the top of a public facility, I cannot believe where these ideas are coming from. It just doesn't make sense. It would all have to be a much more duty building if it had apartments on the top. Unreal, just absolutely unreal.
We've just run out of time there, Brian, so any final comments would be greatly appreciated.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good at hearing at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, we're just on time, so any final comments you'd like to make?
Oh, okay, that's fine, yeah. There's so many things that are listed in the plan for Petone that you just couldn't talk about them in a short space of time. So I won't pursue those other items that I have roughly got some notes about here. There's just too many that you have listed that are quite unbelievable to us Petone citizens. And I'm about 4 weeks away from being 90, and I have lived there all my life. So all these things that are listed now, to me, is going to spoil a lot of Petone. The Jackson Street program for parking.
Brian, I will need you, because we're running really far behind, so we will need to close it off. But if there is any further comments you have that went in the submission, please leave them with us and we'll make sure they get to the councillors.
Right, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it,
Thank
Brian.
you very much, everyone.
No problem. Jasmina, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, everyone. The proposal to 267% rates increase over 10 years from where we are now will undoubtedly drive many people out of their homes and bankrupt them. Rates are already too high for many. I thought it's only for retired people, but actually there are a lot of other people that are already concerned with rates. And it's really hard to believe that council could even propose this financial plan for long-term next 10 years. I'm aware that the globalist agenda 2030 is that by 2030, the average citizen will own nothing and be dependent on either the state or transitional corporations for survival. And this 10-year plan appears to be clearly aligned with that nefarious agenda. I understand that the council has used our future rates as collateral for not only its own profligate spending, but has cross-guaranteed the debts of all councils in New Zealand through this mechanism. And this is done through the local government funding agency agreement. This has the same end effect as using our homes themselves as collateral, as these will be sold when owners cannot pay exorbitant rates. And the public needs to understand that their liability for rates has been obtained by fraud. When we thought we are buying a property, we were in fact sold only a paper title and a rating unit. I hope we understand that. Actually, many people don't. A rating unit is an obligation for future never-ending unlimited debt. This is the definition of debt bondage, which is by definition a form of slavery. And slavery is prohibited in all its forms by Article 8 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which New Zealand is signatory. The Taxpayers Union advises that 10 years ago, Hutt City Council was one of the best performing councils in the country. But now it is as bad as any. The bottom line for this 10-year plan must be that rates increases will not push anyone out of their homes. From that point, it is for our council, city council, to curtail all unnecessary and excessive spending so that people don't get moved out of their homes. So far, we witnessed mismanaged expenditure, and that is why we are in current position. I won't go into many details, but we'll just mention some and what needs to be done or what can be done if we all unite and we all manage expenditure and city council really works for the interest of community. Basically, stop spending money trying to influence the idea of climate change. Climate is following its natural cycle. Now it's in actually cooling phase, and no amount of money is going to influence that. Stop spending our money on smart cities and 15-minute cities or on invasive surveillance technology. Stop spending money on unnecessary speed bumps everywhere and excessive number of orange road cones that are charged daily per hiring them, and at the top of that, it's an expense of putting them and expense of removing them. It's $1.36 per cone per day. Stop spending money on needless cycling lines, at least while we fix our financial issue in the community. Return services to user pay involve local tradespeople, not foreign companies. Cut middlemen and white collars that are surplus. Stop taking responsibility for us and charging us arms and legs for range of unnecessary permits. We are adults, we are not infants. Infrastructure should be covered by government anyway. It is why we pay tax and pay GST on all purchases. Request the money from the government for infrastructure rebuilding, not property, so to speak, owners, as we are not owners. Owners should pay for what is happening on their property. Government needs to cover the outside of the property for taxpayers' money. To the gate, and we pay from the gate. There needs to be more transparency about spending. Public high-level accounts can hide anything. To maintain focus, perhaps everyone who works for the council in any capacity should have a sign permanently in the prominent place reading, "Ratepayers do not have bottomless pockets." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jasmina. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Megan Drayton?
Say again?
Megan Drayton, next speaker.
Okay,
yeah,
thank
no
you.
worries, no worries. Welcome, Megan. Total of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be less than that. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Megan Drayton. I don't have the fancy yellow T-shirt, but I have been part of the Save Petone Wharf group since earlier this year, helping with the social media and the publicity. This has really been a wonderful experience, and I've got to know some incredible local people. I've also seen firsthand just how passionate the community is about saving the wharf, and obviously that's reflected in the almost 7,000 people who have signed the petition. And I agree with Karen's comments that pretty much everybody I know is in favour of saving the wharf. I know one person in my community of friends who is opposed to it. I was also in this room 7 years ago when my youngest, who was 10 at the time, some of you will remember that, she was also at Wilford School presenting on saving the wharf, and I honestly can't quite believe that we're still sitting here discussing this. She just turned 17 the other day. Obviously, I'm in favour of investing in saving the wharf, particularly if it can be done for either the 6 or the 10 million price tag that's proposed in the LTP to demolish the wharf. I've lived in Petone for almost 20 years, and the wharf has played a huge part in my whānau's lives. I had three toddlers under 5, and some of my best days when my children were little was when my husband took them out of the house away from me and down to the wharf, pooning along on their scooters or learning how to fish. And as they got older, of course, manus became extremely popular. While I doubt I'll be doing a manu off the wharf anytime soon, and probably never, I want future generations to be able to enjoy this activity and the many other activities that people do out there. And in the times that we were out there as a family, there were dozens of people doing various things out there and connecting as a community. And I think one point that maybe hasn't been made, or that I certainly haven't seen in the couple of hours I've been sitting here, is that this is free fun. And there's not a lot of free fun out there anymore in this world. I am aware of the financial constraints that Council is under, but I don't think that the wharf should be a casualty of a historic lack of investment in infrastructure. There is so much potential for the wharf and that whole Esplanade area, particularly with the development of Te Ara Tupua, and I think that we need to be a little bit more visionary about Petone and its place in the Wellington region. I feel, and this is just my perception, don't come at me, but I feel that Petone sometimes gets a bit lost in the Hutt City region. I'm fully in support of most things that the Council invests in. I voted for many of you at this table, and for the most part, I think Council makes some good decisions. But I feel that Petone, and Petone Wharf in particular, deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Is there any questions from councillors? I suppose the question we've kind of been asking, which is, but is there a point where cost does become too much of a barrier for you? Like, for example, we've got a couple of options we've been talked about of that 6 and 9 mil. If later down the track that ends up being 15, 20, in your mind, is there